I'd like to call to order the November meeting of the Kansas State Board of Education. This will be a one-day meeting today, as the state offices are closed tomorrow in observance of Veterans Day. So we would like to thank all of our veterans, current and former veterans, for their service to our country as we honor Veterans Day tomorrow, and we'd just like to send our thanks to all of our veterans and those that are currently serving also, so thank you very much. I'd like to acknowledge that all board members are present today, and Jean Clifford is remote, so she is zooming in today. We also have Melanie Haas, the newly elected District 2 representative that is in the audience, so welcome. We'd like to welcome all of you that are listening online and viewing the broadcast live online. We appreciate your interest and involvement. The mission of the Kansas State Board of Education is to prepare students for lifelong success through rigorous quality academic instruction, career training, character development according to each student's gifts and talents. Our vision is for Kansas to lead the world in the success of each student. At this time, I'd ask for a moment of silence. Thank you very much. Now, if you would please stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, we have our, again, a one-day agenda today, so it's a very full agenda as we move forward on our agenda. So I would take a motion to approve the agenda, or I guess first ask if there's any changes. Okay, just Michelle Dombrowski.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make a comment on E when we talk about it a little bit. On the consent agenda item.
Okay, so which one do you want to pull?
E.
E17E, okay, so we will pull 17E.
Just for discussion.
For discussion.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very
All
much. A motion to approve the agenda with 17E pulled for discussion. Dina Horst, a second by Michelle Dombrowski. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, it's a 10-0. Thank you very much. Okay, now we have the October minutes. Are there any additions or correction to the October State Board minutes? Seeing none, may I have a motion to approve the minutes for October? Michelle Dombrowski, do we have a second? Jim McNeese, all in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, that's a 10-0. Thank you very much. Okay, the next item, which will on our agenda, board members, is item 6, and this will be to act on a resolution honoring all school personnel during American Education Week. And just a note before I read the resolution, next week is American Education Week, and every year we like to acknowledge and appreciate our educators, particularly this year in the year of our pandemic and the tremendous amount of work that's going on, unusual circumstances that all of our educators are having to move forward, and they are moving forward, and they're educating our children to the best of their ability. So I would like to read the agenda, and then, or excuse me, the resolution, and then we will vote on this. This resolution expresses support for all the dedicated school personnel in Kansas in recognition of their hard work, sacrifices, and commitments for the benefit of students, community, and state. Whereas Kansas schools have been greatly impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. Whereas administrators, educators, paraprofessionals, nurses, food service workers, custodians, maintenance workers, bus drivers, counselors, social workers, librarians, local boards of education, administrative staff, and many others are the backbone of Kansas schools. Whereas the Kansas State Board of Education fully recognizes the extraordinary efforts of all frontline educational workers to ensure every Kansas student remains safe and engaged in quality learning during this time of challenge and uncertainty. Whereas Kansas educators are delivering education via multiple learning environments in order to provide for the safety and unique needs of their students as created by the pandemic. Whereas Kansas parents, families, and communities have stepped up to support their schools and student learning during this difficult and unprecedented time in history. Whereas the week of November 16th through the 20th, 2020. I don't know if that's connected or she's... Jean, are you there? I'm gonna wait just a second. Okay, well, we do have, Jean, are you on? Live stream is running? Okay, Jean, I just read the resolution for the Kansas State Board of Education to support all educators and would like to include you in that vote. You vote in favor? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, that will be a 9-1, supporting the resolution. Board members, I have asked Peggy that she email this resolution out to all of you, so you may then send it to your districts and other constituents as you see fit. So she'll send that in a separate email by itself, so you will have that available to you. So she'll be doing that probably later today. And again, thank you to all of our folks out in working very, very hard out there in all reaches of Kansas to do everything they can to support our children and our families. So thank you very much. Okay, the next agenda item, and this is an action item, we are going to act on the Accreditation Review Council recommendations for the Kansas Education Systems Accreditation. And Michelle Miller and Jeanette looks like Michelle is here online. So Michelle, and you have a PowerPoint, so I'm going to turn it over to you.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Are you able to see my screen and hear okay?
Yes, we can.
Good, thank you. I had a panic moment there. Thanks so much. Members of the board, Commissioner Watson, thank you so much. As Madam Chair indicated, this first portion of my presentation with you today is to ask for you to act on the recommendation of these systems to be brought forth for your approval for an accredited status. This is, as a reminder, Blue Valley, the small Blue Valley in Kansas, Renwick, Lincoln, and Buhler. So I am asking for your to make the recommendation of accredited status for these four systems.
First of all, board members, are there any questions regarding these four schools and their accreditation status? No questions, so do we have a motion? Maybe Ben Jones?
Just for clarification, Michelle, it is the Big Blue Valley, correct?
Is it the Big Blue Valley? I thought it was the Little Blue Valley.
It's the big one.
It's the big one.
It's the Big Blue Valley. I'm so sorry. Big Blue Valley. Blue Valley.
I just thought I'd make that clarification before I make the motion.
It's USD.
Thanks. Thank you.
USD 229.
Apologies.
Now, and Jeanette's online now, connecting to audio.
All
There's
right.
Jeanette.
Well, I move
Ben?
that the Kansas State Board of Education accept the recommendations of the Accreditation Review Council and award the status of accredited to USD 229 Blue Valley, USD 267 Renwick, USD 298 Lincoln, and USD 313 Buhler.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the accreditation. Do we have a second? Steve Roberts. Okay, all in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, that's 10-0. Thank you very much, board members. And the next agenda item is also an accreditation item. So this is a receive item for the accreditation, and we have one system here. So Michelle or Jeanette, I'm not sure which one is doing this one.
So I'll begin, and apologies again, my heart hit the floor when I lost you all shortly before the presentation. So apologies again, and I appreciate your action on those 4 systems, as they do as well. As a reminder, this is something we bring to you every time we ask for. These are for your information only, this system today. The definition of accredited status, conditionally accredited status, and as well the not accredited status. So the ARC review process, we always feel that it's good to bring this back to you. They meet to review the systems ready for recommendation. They make their recommendation to you all. The system receives that recommendation and 15 days to accept or appeal that decision. And you'll see step 4 sort of in play today with what we're bringing to you. And Jeanette may have further information on that as well. Then the systems are placed on your agenda based on their response. So today we are bringing you Shawnee Heights for your information. The other systems that would have been brought to you today have not responded. So therefore, that is why we have Shawnee Heights for you today. Jeanette, I wasn't sure if you wanted to have any further remarks on that for the board.
Well, yes and no. I mean, the only thing that I want to end up indicating is that I know that we give you, we try to update you every time about which systems might be coming in for your review. And I know that you'll say, well, only one system. I thought we had 5, or I thought we had 7, or I thought we had whatever, how many. But I wanted to make sure that Michelle did review the process a little bit so that you would understand why we would not have the number of systems perhaps that you expected coming to you as a receive item. So although we tried this year to make sure that all systems were brought to you and completed by December, due to the need to wait for 15 days for systems to respond, we will be bringing systems to you in December as a receive item, which also then means that in January, you'll probably have some systems to act upon for accreditation recommendation.
Okay, thanks,
Thank you,
Michelle.
Jeanette.
Thanks, Jeanette, for that explanation. Anything else, Michelle?
I don't think so. I think that's it. This is your system for December action.
Okay, so board members, this is USD 450 Shawnee Heights. The recommendation is for accredited, and this is a receive item today, but do you have questions on this particular system for Michelle or Jeanette? Okay, seeing none, we'll see this back in December as an action item. Thank you very much. Appreciate you ladies coming on in Zoom today.
Yeah, and my
Thank you, Madam Chair.
apologies. I was just on another Zoom before this, so my apologies.
Understand. Sorry, we're ahead of schedule, and so I'm looking for adjustments in the agenda. So our Zoom, maybe you'd like to think it speeds things up. It doesn't always necessarily, so. So may have people down in just a minute. We're looking at the possibility of moving up a couple items there, board members. Item 10, which would be action on proposed revisions to the school wellness policy model guidelines, or item 11, which would be the quarterly update to work to strengthen the Kansas early childhood system. So either one of those. Okay, Amanda Peterson is on her way down. So that will, and there she is, probably sprinted down. Okay, so board members, this, and let me get you to the right spot. Okay, this is agenda item number 11. It'll be the quarterly update to work to strengthen the early childhood system, and this will be Amanda Peterson, and we'll have Melissa Rooker here in just a minute. And then we'll have a PowerPoint that will bring us up and get us up to date on kind of where we are. And Amanda, take whatever time you need. And there, he'll get that. We have to make a few adjustments here on our technology, so. Okay, very good. I think we're set. Okay. Welcome, Amanda. We're glad to have you.
World of early childhood, and so I'm going to be sharing just a couple of, Melissa and I will be sharing just a couple of updates today. But I do want to remind everybody that for folks listening or for any of you, you can visit the Kansas Children's Cabinet and Trust Fund website. That's kschildrenscabinet.org, and there you can read the strategic plan for early childhood. You can also sign up for webinars and for email updates. But today we've got a couple of pieces to share. One, I'm really excited to share an update on 1-800-CHILDREN. This is a fantastic service. It's powered by the Kansas Children's Service League. And remember a couple of pieces from our needs assessment. One, oftentimes families really struggle to meet basic needs. Geography also really matters when it comes to what services are available to families. And then in that context, families have to try to connect the dots to see what services are available to them. That's where 1-800-CHILDREN comes in. This is a call line and a resource directory available 24/7 to ensure families are connected to the information, the local resources, and the supports that they need right when they need them. There's been really incredible work done in 2020. To make this resource even more useful for Kansas families. There's a new database of resources that is and services that's available on the back end that helps make sure that the resources that are included in that directory are up to date. There's also really intensive plans for outreach so that people know how to get their services added into the directory. And there's marketing to help make sure that it's available for, that families know that it's available. One thing that everybody can do is to add this number to their cell phone, to download the mobile app from the App Store, and to share it with families and with other folks who they know. And last week's All In for Kansas Kids webinar featured this project and how service providers can make sure that their resources are included and are up to date. So this is really something that parents can call anytime, no question is too big or too small, to be able to add this information in, or to be able to talk to somebody to talk them through a question. For example, the team just shared a story with the group about a mom who was really struggling because her child couldn't sleep through the night. And so they were able to call, they were on the phone for 45 minutes to be able to talk through, here's what you can do, you're doing a really great job, and also here are some parenting resources that are available to help you out.
So let me ask real quick on this, Amanda. So 1-800 is a call, but there's also an app?
Yes, so there's a couple pieces here. So you can call 1-800-CHILDREN. That's a number that somebody can call, and that is staffed by the Kansas Children's Service League. So it's there, you can answer it, it's available 24/7, it's available in all sorts of different languages. There's also an app that you can download, and that app has the resource directory where you're able to say, okay, here's my zip code, here's what I'm looking for, here's the eligibility. And then you can also email or text.
Okay, so there's a lot of different avenues. So is the app called 1-800-CHILDREN?
1-800-CHILDREN-KS, yes.
Okay.
So everybody really can do that right now. It's very quick, it's easy to use, and it's something where we can share it with families. And the upgrade that we've done in the last year really does make it a lot more functional.
So all parents would have to do is go to the App Store and look up 1-800-CHILDREN-KS.
That's right.
Now, that's
That's
a
right.
great resource.
It's also, it's really helpful. I've got it saved in my phone as a contact, and so it's really easy to be able to share that contact then with a friend, with a family member. It's called the Parent Helpline, but it's available to really any adult who cares for a child or who might have questions about parenting or other topics.
Okay, great resource. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
Absolutely.
But go ahead.
The next piece that I want to talk about is around streamlining state funding. So particularly when it comes to funding sources, this is something where we've heard that we need greater systems alignment in the state. And programs are frequently combining multiple sources of funding to deliver services. So we've identified 2 sources of funding that are quite similar in terms of the services that they provide and the sources that fund them. And we're working to align these a little bit more. The first source is the Kansas Preschool Pilot. That is something that we're all familiar with, the State Department of Education. The State Department of Education administers it, and it provides funding to support pre-K, so slots for 3 and 4-year-olds. It also provides funding to support infrastructure, so when we're thinking about social emotional counseling across classrooms. And that is funded by the Children's Initiatives Fund and also by Temporary Assistance for Needy Families, which is a federal source of funding. It's quite similar to the Early Childhood Block Grant Program, which is operated by the Children's Cabinet. It is a bit broader in scope. It serves children prenatal up to kindergarten entry, and it can support pre-K, so it can support slots for 3 and 4-year-olds. It can support infrastructure, but it also can support other things like childcare for infants and toddlers or home visiting services. And it's entirely funded by the Children's Initiatives Fund. KSDE and the Children's Cabinet have been working together, and our goal is to have a common RFP and a common application process for our next funding cycle. So the idea is that a program at the local level would only have to fill out 1 application, and that we would be able to work together on the scoring end and the review process to help make sure that if we can find an alignment, if we can maybe cut down on not the amount of funding that a program would be getting, but instead of getting 2 small grants, you could just get 1 from 1 entity. That creates administrative efficiencies at both the state and local levels. Just a little bit of a preview. So for the Kansas Preschool Pilot, it's been around since 2006. And between 2006 and about the 16-17 school year, in any given year, there were about a dozen grantees. That changed during the school finance block grant years for a lot of different reasons, and now we've got 119 grantees. Most of them are not funded at the full level that they request, so we're anticipating that through this process, we would have a more competitive RFP process where we're able to where we award fewer grants, but where more people are funded at the full amount that they request. And our plan is to release that RFP in the next couple of weeks, and then to be able to bring that back to both the Children's Cabinet for approval of the early childhood block grants and to you all for approval of the preschool pilot grants in April. Of course, all of that is pending legislative approval of the budget. And then the last piece that I want to update all of you on today, and I had texted Melissa, I think she's down here, or coming on her way, but you might connect. When we're thinking about getting ready for the start of the kindergarten year, engaging families really is so critical in that process. We know that the earlier we can connect with families, the sooner we can start building that relationship, the more likely it is that we'll be able to have a really good, strong start and a really smooth transition into kindergarten. And that was true before the pandemic. It's even more true now. The Kindergarten Readiness Snapshot is a really important opportunity for schools to be able to have that conversation with families. It's a tool where the family completes the questionnaire, and so it is something where really the teacher in the school can have a conversation with the family to really get to know their child and understand their strengths. This year, what we can see up here is the preliminary data. So I will caveat that we're still working with just a couple of systems to get their data finalized. But this is what we're looking at in terms of the numbers of kindergarten age screenings that have been completed for both the ASQ3, which measures developmental domains, and also for the social emotional component. If you're looking at these numbers and wondering, why we've got more than 30,000 kindergartners in Kansas, why aren't all of them completing the survey? We've been working with schools to help them think through their processes for how they administer this, but it is really something where the school partners with the family. And so it's something where we're looking at about a 66% participation rate for this current year. We would like that to be higher in future years, but it's something where it is on track with what it's been in in the pre-pandemic time. So our next step is to analyze the data. We'll be matching this data to our enrollment data, which is something new that we're going to be doing this year. And that will help us more accurately calculate the participation rate and also be able to analyze the results a little bit better. Of course, I don't need to sell all of you on the idea that kindergarten readiness begins long before the start of the kindergarten year. And something that's really exciting about this particular tool is that you can begin, it has intervals that go all the way down to just 1 month. That's a really important feature because it means that in a community you can have all of your providers work together to be able to be using this one aligned tool and really be speaking the same language in terms of working together to support children's development. So there are a couple of pieces that are new on this front. First of all, we executed a new contract for this work that began on July 1. And something that's really important about that is that now districts have the ability to screen at any point during the school year. So that means that instead of having to wait until July or August, they can get started earlier to be able to work with families, to be able to get to know their child and start establishing that relationship earlier on. That's going to create a really important decision point for us at KSDE because it means that we get to decide. Historically, we've said we want to wait until closer to the start of the kindergarten year for the district to administer the snapshot, but many districts have shared with us that it would be really helpful for them if they could do that in the spring when they're enrolling families. So we'll get to make that decision in the next several weeks. The second piece that's important is that we are currently collaborating with our state agency partners to be able to add in additional programs. So we're working with the Kansas Department of Health and Environment specifically to be able to support additional Part C networks. And the way that will work is that each individual community will be able to add in child care providers, health departments, and others to be able to really be screening community-wide. That's really important because, the sooner that you can be screening, the sooner you can identify that there is a potential area that might be of concern, the sooner you can intervene and provide the child with the services, and the more likely it is that they'll be on track. Thanks for bearing with me, everybody. I do appreciate it. And I'm not sure if
Amanda, we actually could go to open forum and then Melissa could do her part. If you're done with your part, we've got a couple questions people may want to ask. But then what we'll do is we'll go to open forum and then come back to Melissa. Because she's not here yet, so that's okay.
Thanks.
We can adjust.
I appreciate
We can
it.
do that. Board members, do we have a couple quick questions? Ben Jones?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's something that we can have a conversation on. I just downloaded the app,
Oh, fabulous.
the 1-800
Awesome.
Children's KS
Isn't it great?
app. I have a lot of local resources that are on there in my communities. If you're those organizations, like I have 2 low-income housing areas just in my community, and there's 2 in Lyons and so far, but they're not online.
Absolutely. So this is a partnership between the state level program and local organizations. Stephanie Boone is the manager of this project at the Kansas Children's Service League. And she has been, they just recorded and released a webinar last week on Wednesday to be able to share, here's how at the local level you go in and say, this is what's available. And then there's a team that can help that can help with that. So I would be able to share out the webinar that has that contact information, and then you can share it with folks in your community to say, hey, let's make sure that our resources are added.
Yeah, I appreciate it, because as I'm looking at it, it has the resources for the bigger areas around me, but in my little county of 9,000, there isn't one. And I searched several, including where to get a GED, and I know where you can get that in Rice County, so
Yep.
I appreciate that info, and I just want to get that out there.
Well, and I will say, so over the past 6 months, the team has reviewed over 6,000 resources that were already in there to make sure that what we were starting from was good and current and up to date. And there's a new partnership where every 6 months, every single resource that's in there will be vetted to make sure that it's still current. Because developing a statewide resource directory for every community is not a small task.
No, it's
So
not.
we do really appreciate everybody's help in making this be useful.
Sometimes getting those small rural counties is just as important as those more urban ones, but
Absolutely.
anyway, thank you, Madam Chair.
Michelle Dombrowski?
Thank you.
We're all off by one unit, so I'm Michelle on the hand wave. Amanda, I've been reading a lot of numbers lately, and I may have misread. Could you go back to one of your first slides where we do the alphanumeric conversion of 1-800 children to the
Oh, yeah.
number?
This is a good question. So you can call either 1-800-CHILDREN. That is a national number that directs you based on your area code. I can give the additional context here.
But-
Kansas Children's Service League.
The number's not right.
So you can call either that number,
Oh, okay.
or you can call, that second number is the Kansas specific number. So if you had an area, this piece is a little confusing.
Okay,
If you have an area code that's not Kansas, then it would route you to the partner in that state, but you might live in Kansas and have the Kansas area code.
All right.
Or you might live in Kansas and have a different state's area code, and so it's that second
Got it.
number that
I
definitely
appreciate
gets you to
that. Thank
Kansas.
you.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Now it would be Michelle Dombrowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and this may be for Melissa. Do you know of the CARES Act money, the 40 million? Last I heard that 10% was used. Are they going to be able to utilize that, the rest of that, or do you guys, I think, isn't it December or something when you have to use that, utilize that up? And are you thinking it's gonna go well, or are you gonna have to give it back, or does it go to another location? I'm just curious about that.
That's the piece that Melissa will be updating all of you on.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Okay, now we're gonna make a little adjustment, because it is time for us to start Citizens Open Forum. Scott, can the people hear my instructions on Citizens Open Forum?
I've asked them to watch it on their cell phone. We're trying to keep only 3 people in the lobby.
I understand.
Pull if you if you want.
Okay.
I can't hear you right now.
Okay, all right.
On the first 3 standing right here, they can.
Yeah, that'd be fine. I just want to make sure people can hear the instructions. Okay, and board members, we do have a number of Citizens Open Forum. So we're going to go through all of the Citizens Open Forum, and then if there's a question when we're done, we can address the question. Are we good? Okay, I now declare Citizens Open Forum of the Kansas State Board of Education open at 10:34. The State Board provides this opportunity for citizens to share views about topics of interest or issues currently being considered by the State Board. The State Board asks speakers to identify themselves by name and the name of the group they represent if applicable. The State Board also asks that the speaker focus their remarks on issues or topics. Personal attacks will not be tolerated. Each speaker shall be limited to 3 minutes, and any board questions will be for clarification. So board members will ask questions after our series of speakers. We do have, I believe, 8. So the first speaker is Carter. Carter is a Stedling?
Stelting.
Stelting, okay, thank you very much. This gentleman right here will have your timer, so you
Alrighty.
know how much time you have.
Thank you very
So
much.
welcome, we're glad to have you, and please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Carter Stelting. I am a junior at Olathe South High School. For more than 7 months, students like me have lived in a world of difficulty, sadness, depression, unknowing, anxiousness, and frustration because of school. I miss learning with my friends. This fall, we began our virtual home learning after Labor Day and transitioned to a hybrid learning 3 weeks ago. The hybrid model is slightly better than the all virtual, but we still have to self-teach ourselves as we are only receiving half of the in-person class time. I mean, frustration is still a part of many students' lives. Last week, a girl ran away, and there was a student suicide in the area last week as well. As we are facing these challenges, Allie Ehrenholtz, an 8th grader from Frontier Trail Middle School, made a survey for the students in the Olathe South area and the Olathe School District area. Over 1,700 responses came back. 1,778 kids took their time to share what they actually felt about learning. Of the total respondents, 82% have felt stressed, 61% felt frustrated, and 57% felt lonely. One student responded, quote, "I want to go to school. I want to learn. Sitting for hours on end alone in silence leaves me with no self-value. It's depressing," end quote. Brooke Wesley, a counselor and clinical director of Bellatorre Recovery, said, quote, "I have sent more kids to residential treatment and to the hospital for mental health issues in the past 2 months than I have in the past 3 years," end quote. Of all the students surveyed, 85% that they are genuinely good learners, however, 10% that they are still good learners in an at-home virtual setting. One student said, quote, "I have finished with a 4.2 GPA last year, and this year I already have 2 Ds. It is so hard for me to learn and focus virtually that I would do anything to go back in person," end quote. Ali's survey also found that 80% of the respondents said that they focus better in the classroom while only 6% focus better virtually. The next 2 presenters following me today will be my brother and sister, who will be reading some of the actual responses of the students who responded to Ali's survey. These are the real words and sentiments of several middle school and high school students from the Olathe area. But I feel their words are reflective of many kids across the state of Kansas. Our mental health is important too. I beg you, give us the same hours of in-person education that we have always received and that this board has mandated. Nothing less. Thank you very much for your time.
Carter, thank you very much for coming and sharing with us.
Thank you very much.
And now it's Brennan, your brother.
Yes.
Okay, welcome, come on in. Hey, Brennan, we're glad to have you, and your timer will be over here. So welcome to the Kansas State Board of Education.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Brennan Stelting. I am a junior at Olathe South. Today I will be reading the thoughts and feelings of Olathe students about online schooling. I want things to be like they were. Online is stressful and frustrating for me. Everything is rushed and I never get a chance to ask questions. In my opinion, this sucks. There are so many problems and no one to ask. Laptops crash and teachers can't help solve a problem. I can't learn a lesson because I'm a visual person, so I need to feel like I'm comfortable and meet people. But due to all this, I feel lonely and shy. I'm a very outgoing person, and this has changed me. It is not a good change. So please open the schools back up, and we can have a normal life again. If we have to wear a mask, then I'm okay with that. I want to go back to school in person. I am struggling being at home, trying to learn, and have bad grades now, and I've never had bad grades. I love school, and now I hate it. I've always been a straight A student, and all my teachers would consider me a focused student and a hard worker. However, virtual school has caused my grades to drop, my work ethic to go down, and my stress levels to go up. I'm doing my best, but the longer virtual school continues, the harder it is to stay motivated. Virtual learning has been stressful. I am on the Olathe West freshman volleyball team, and when we play our games, half of us can't even focus on the game because of how stressed we are with online school. I am a very shy person. I am working on that, but this virtual learning is not helping me. I am more stressed and afraid to ask or answer questions over Zoom than I am in person, which is really hurting my learning. I want to be at school with my teachers and my classmates. I have never really liked school, but now I truly hate it. It is so hard to get help if I'm having a hard time on an assignment. It is so hard for me to stay focused throughout the day. My parents are worried about my mental well-being. I'm terrified I am becoming depressed. I'm mad and sad all the time. I'm yelling at my whole family a lot. I don't have any energy to do anything. Please, let us go back to school. Make sure you actually think about what kids need. There are kids unsafe home environments, and sometimes their only escape is school. And some kids need the food at school, or they can just not eat. Kids need school. They have no motivation for school at home. I am more scared of my mental health than the virus. A good way to help is to go back into person. If people are nervous, they can just stay at home. Virtual learning makes me stressed to the max. Most of us cry every night about online school. It makes us feel so exhausted and empty. Please check the real numbers so we can go back to school. I am more likely to die of loneliness than corona. I've never cried over school before, but online learning has stressed me more than I thought I ever could. Subjects are extremely challenging and hard to focus on. I simply learn better in person. Thank you.
Brennan, thank you very much. Appreciate you coming and sharing that information with us. Reagan, welcome. Glad to have you. And again, the timer will be right here. So go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, I am Reagan Stelting, and I will be reading the comments from the students in the Olathe area about online learning. You just feel alone, and if you don't understand something a teacher says, it isn't guaranteed that they will be able to help you. We miss so much interaction with our fellow students, and our teachers can't reach us kids as much. It is exhausting sitting in front of a screen for 7.5 hours a day and sitting down most of the time. Also, 4 minutes doesn't give me enough time to move around as a passing period. It sucks. I hate it. I don't think that virtual learning is going good. For the past 3 weeks, all I have been is stressed, overwhelmed, and extremely frustrated. My eyes have been hurting, and I have just been feeling down and angry all the time. It's really hard to learn when I can't figure out how to work the technology so that I can learn. Every single day, I wake up and I don't want to wake up. I feel like every day is the same thing, and it gets harder and harder with every passing second. There's nothing enjoyable about this experience, and I'd rather drop out and prepare for college rather than spend one more second being a puppet for this unreliable and unbelievable school district that has not only ruined my senior year, but ruthlessly dragged it through the mud, stomped on it until it couldn't handle it anymore. Nothing about my life is positive right now, and there is nobody to blame except the school district and their bogus decisions. Listen to your students. They know more than anybody about what it's like to go through this. I have been very stressed with virtual learning. I feel like it is very hard to focus on what the teacher is saying, and it's hard to ask questions. This is my 8th grade year, and I'm sad. Learning at home has been stressful for my mom. She has taken a pay cut to stay at home with me. I'm sad I didn't get to play football this year. Virtual learning is really affecting my mood. All this COVID stuff has made me feel really depressed, and virtual learning feels like the icing on the cake. I can't focus, and I just keep falling asleep during my classes. My eyes hurt, I get headaches. I miss my friends. I hate online. The teachers try, but I get confused, and no one is there to help me. I miss my friends in sports. I feel like people have forgotten about us. I get very confused, and I have trouble focusing on virtual. I get 3 times more stressed out on virtual as well. It is very confusing, and I absolutely hate it. It's horrible. I hate learning this way. I made my choice. Why was my choice ignored? I miss human connection and being able to experience sports and activities with my peers. Our choice was taken away from us. Everything we worked so hard for is now off limits with no end in sight. It feels awful. Virtual learning just isn't the same as normal learning. I get less exercise, don't get to see anyone all day. Sports being canceled is so frustrating because I love sports and all the other schools are doing sports. Thank you.
Reagan, thank you very much. Appreciate you coming. Jim Ackerman is next. Jim Ackerman? Oh, it's Jill? I'm sorry, I apologize. Jill Ackerman, welcome.
Jill Ackerman, yeah.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. Jill Ackerman, I'm a mom of 4 students. I'm a family physician. I trained at Mayo Clinic. I've been practicing medicine in Kansas City for the past 12 years. Per CDC, survival rate is 99.997% for those ages 0 to 18, and per the American Academy of Pediatrics, severe illness due to COVID-19 is rare in children. Survival rate is 99.5% and higher for patients up to the age of 70. Private and public schools across the country and abroad have opened successfully with mitigation measures. We now have the data that suggests schools are not the super spreaders that we feared. A Brown University review of 227,000 students from 47 states yielded a low infection rate of 0.13% among students and 0.24% for staffers. Similar information is available from Australia, Italy, countries in Europe where large outbreaks linked to school reopening were rare. Multiple states, including Texas and New Mexico, have shown up to 40 to 70% of students in these virtual learning environments have had at least one failing grade, and that there is great concern about the inadequacy of academic achievement in a virtual learning environment. Over 43,000 medical and public health scientists and physicians have voiced their concerns about the damaging physical and mental health impacts of prevailing COVID-19 policies. School lockdowns have negatively impacted diet, sleep, physical activity, and obesity rates among children. There's been a shocking increase in numbers of deaths of despair in young people, especially when compared to last year. Increased rates of suicidal ideation, depression, anxiety, and substance abuse has been well documented. On October 30th, Dr. Anthony Fauci said reopening schools should be the default position. Dr. Scott Gottlieb said that reopening schools for in-person learning should be the #1 focus for our communities. Those are our experts. This is the science. Mortality rates of our hospitalized patients are dramatically dropped. This week, Pfizer announced a vaccine that is 90% effective in providing immunity. To close, our cases, our hospitalizations are increasing in our community. We anticipated this. Now more than ever, it is vital that our community maintain aggressive mitigation strategies to protect our vulnerable, especially our aging population and those with underlying conditions. Wear a mask, stay home when ill, follow isolation and quarantine protocols, and choose virtual learning for your family if that is your need. And I will continue to advocate for that for you and for the educators if they choose. Other countries are seeing similar spikes, yet they have prioritized in-person learning as essential, and they are keeping their schools open. I've applied to be a substitute teacher. My fees are paid. I've been fingerprinted. I'm just waiting on the background check from y'all, trying to do my part to support our community and especially our amazing educators who are struggling with the increased workload of hybrid learning. And they are suffering burnout, and we're going to lose them. Per your website, your mission is to prepare Kansas students for lifelong success through rigorous quality academic instruction and to lead the world in the success of each student. Members of the board, I implore you to live up to this mission statement. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Jill. Appreciate you coming.
Thank you.
Aaron Murray. Welcome, Aaron. Yeah, right here. And then he'll have the timer for you. So welcome to the Board of Education.
Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak here today on behalf of my children. I'm a single mother with 2 children. I live in Overland Park off 95th Street. I'm speaking as a private citizen. I want my children back in school full time. I believe the benefits of in-school learning outweigh the risks of in-school learning. I have a child in 7th grade, a child in 11th grade. I myself had a learning disability growing up, dyslexia and ADHD. The reason I bring this up was because I was isolated. Back in the 70s and 80s, they didn't know how to teach children like me. I sat in a classroom and I never got an education. I was isolated and I felt alone. I see this with my children, being home isolated. My son has a 504 plan, ADHD, sensory processing disorder. My daughter has ADHD and dyslexia. And since this has all started, she's developed depression, and she is now seeing a therapist. And what scares me the most is she misses being in school. I've been watching her grades go down. I've been seeing F, D, F, and C's. You can see where I'm going with this. I reach out to the teachers. It takes me several attempts to get a response, how to help her, and where to find the information to help her with her classes. With the hybrid situation, my high schooler goes to school 1.5 days. He's in school for 4 classes on one day, 3 school ends at 12:55, and he has to sit there for the rest of the day just so he can be counted in school. The rest of the week, there's nothing. Same with my daughter, 2 days a week, and then the rest of the week, nothing. So my concern is their health, their disability, and getting the education that they deserve. That's it.
Erin, thank you very
Thank
much
you.
for coming, and thank you for your comments. We appreciate it. Brian Connell? Welcome, Brian. There's a timer for your information, and we're glad to have you here, and welcome to the Kansas Board of Education.
Thank you. My name is Brian Connell. I'm going to say thank you. This is the month of November. I want to thank you for being here. I know there was a chance this might be Zoomed, but I appreciate you allowing us to come in and talk to each of y'all. I am a dad of 2 kids in Olathe schools, a senior at Olathe West and a sophomore at Olathe North. So I'm going to start with a quote from Arnie Duncan, former Secretary of Education. Leaders must have the political will to lead for the sake of all children. That might not be politically correct, but I do like what he said. I'm here today to talk about 2 issues, kids, teachers, and that they are safer in school. And I have over 60 DMs and 14 emails from teachers, and I'm going to talk about their needs, their wants. So I'm going to start with the teachers, if it's okay. There are a lot of different teachers teaching. Some want to be remote, some want to be in class. But the majority, if you're doing the surveys, if you're looking at all the various surveys, the teachers want to be in the classrooms that they set up with their students. Now, remote, very difficult. The things that they're saying, or it's easier to communicate when you can see the eye to eye, but 90% of the students are turning off their cameras. Technology is not working. Remote, painful because of the tech. Limited relationships and no engagement with my students, and that's why I got into teaching. And the workload has increased. I speak to that because my mother-in-law was a school teacher for 35 years in Manhattan. My father-in-law for 32 years. My cousin is a principal. I care about what they're going through. But the majority of them want to be in the classrooms with their students, the ones they love, and let the kids love them back. Now, I've got a lot more to say about that, but the hybrid, let's just be honest, hybrid's not hybrid, it's part-time. Their loads of work have doubled. As much as they love seeing the kids, they need help. Our school teachers need help, our nurses need help. Whoops, well, I'll fix that in a second. The reason I brought this, my son is the kid who had the cardiac arrest pitching in a varsity baseball game last year. He is alive because he was in school, at a school facility, with the teachers, with the coaches, with the co-people, and in the facility where there were bystanders to save his life. Kids and teachers are safer. You all have the policies in place that requires them to know CPR and an AED. It's a state law. They are better prepared and safer together. Please use your influence on the school districts to make better decisions for their students. So I thank you for your time today, and I'll figure out how to put this back on. Anybody?
I think it just slides on.
Okay.
There you go. Brian, thank you. Appreciate
Thank you
your
for
coming.
having us today.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have, that's right, you never know. Dr. Carolyn Dardia? Okay, I tell you.
Sorry if that didn't
That's
come out
okay.
clearly.
That's okay. No, that's all right. Well, welcome to the State Board of Education. The timer's over here, so you can keep an eye on that. So welcome. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for the opportunity to talk with you today. My name is Dr. Caroline Danda. I'm a licensed child psychologist trained in the scientist practitioner method. I'm the mother of 3 children in the Blue Valley School District. I have an 8th grader, a sophomore, and a senior. The weight of the social and emotional fallout due to the isolation, the disconnection, and the academic challenges associated with hybrid and distance learning is enormous. I see it in my own house. I have 2 children failing all of their classes, even the ones they used to enjoy. They are disengaged in school despite ours and teachers' best efforts. I hear the same stories among all of my friends who are parents. I see it in my office every single day, and I get more and more calls from worried parents. The youth lack motivation, they worry about their apathy, and find it difficult to connect with their teachers and peers. The parents are very worried. The children are not all right, the families are not all right. This is not merely my opinion. These are the facts. The CDC shows that anxiety and depression among adolescents has tripled since the pandemic began. A national 4-H council found more than 7 in 10 teenagers are struggling with mental health. As you heard earlier, our local statistics are no different, if not worse. We not only have a COVID-19 pandemic, we now have a mental health pandemic. The effects of this are far-reaching. A systematic review of studies found social isolation and loneliness to be a predictor of depression up to 9 years later. Duration of loneliness was the strongest predictor. Students are increasingly isolated, depressed, anxious, and honestly, many of them have learned not to care about school at all. They are disengaged and failing. Kids need structure, they need purpose, they need to go to their jobs every day in person. Elementary schools have been opened successfully and safely, full-time. Middle school and high schools need to do so as well. COVID-19 statistics cannot be the only statistics that determine whether schools are open or not. We need to incorporate statistics specific to our district to include the impact of COVID on our social, emotional, and behavioral functioning and academic functioning of our kids. We need to ask, how can we get the schools open? Our teachers are essential. What do we need to do to make sure they feel safe and supported in full-time in-person learning? We need to prepare for a world where COVID is not going away soon. This current distance and hybrid learning approach is not sustainable. They are sustainable for our children and teachers. They are suffering. Let's work together so we can find solutions to get our kids in school full-time and hopefully support them back on the road to a better emotional and mental health. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for coming and sharing your thoughts with us. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Christine White. Welcome to the State Board of Education. The timer is right over there, so
Okay.
it'll be clearly visible for you.
All right.
Thank you.
My name is Christine White. I live in Overland Park. I have 2 kids in high school at Blue Valley Northwest. I am a pediatrician in Johnson County and have been advocating since June for kids to be back in school full-time. As a pediatrician, I see the detrimental effects of this lockdown and remote hybrid learning every day in my practice. I treat 5 to 10 kids a week for new onset anxiety, depression, and suicidality. I work with kids with and without ADHD to keep them engaged in learning and keep them from just giving up. I can honestly say this grand experiment we are conducting right now will have unbelievable short and long-lasting effects on our children. What we are doing to them right now is criminal and unethical, and it needs to change. The issue I want to address today is the fact that Blue Valley schools and many other schools in my county and around the state are not meeting Kansas Statute 72-1111, which states every child must receive 1,116 hours of academic instruction per year. Currently, the kids in hybrid learning, which in Johnson County is the majority of middle and high school kids, have 3 days a week with their teachers in person and 2 days a week where they log in for attendance, log off, then teach themselves chemistry, biology, physics, calculus, algebra, geometry, history, and English. Our kids are only getting 3/5 of the instruction they are, by law, supposed to be receiving. How is this even legal? The bigger question, though, is what is this doing to our kids academically? Even before COVID hit, kids in Johnson County We're struggling with reading proficiency. On the 2019 state assessment results, only 37% of sophomores were reading at a level consistent with success in college or career. So if before COVID, 63% of our kids weren't reading at that level compatible with success, how bad is it going to be after nearly an entire year of subpar instruction? If you can't read at a 10th grade level, you can't get or keep many manufacturing or trade jobs. If you can't read at a 10th grade level, you can't make it through college. There are hundreds of Johnson County kids who were AB students prior to the COVID outbreak who are now C, D, and F students. This is because either they don't understand the work, they can't figure out how to turn it in electronically, and many of them have actually just given up. I understand school districts will be coming to the Kansas Board of Education's December meeting to ask for a decrease in the required number of hours of instruction. This is your chance to contradict the skewed science, the vocal and well-funded lobbying groups, and the fear that are trying to keep our kids out of school. Make a strong recommendation to the local school boards to look at the science showing kids can safely be in school, the detrimental mental and physical effects, and the loss of learning that is occurring, and get these kids in class. The job of schools is to educate our children. Children should not be expected to educate themselves. It's time for our schools to do their jobs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Christine. Appreciate you coming. Board members, we have time for a couple of clarifying questions. If you have a clarifying question that you would like. Okay, if I may, I'd like to just let the group know. The State Board of Education put together a comprehensive document on Navigating Change 2020. You're probably aware of that. We monthly look at recommendations for changing that we need to modify on that. We will be doing that again today. We have also asked the commissioner, and we have an agenda item today, that we are going to receive recommendations for increasing flexibility of school operations during the pandemic. So we are frequently looking at and making adjustments as we can to school operations, school support. The other thing, and I may ask the commissioner to clarify this, last, I believe it was May, we had the House Bill 2016 that was passed, which and the commissioner can clarify it better than I, but that is a bill that gives the authority to the local county health department officials as far as closing or opening schools, and then the local boards of education are supposed to consult with those folks. And I believe almost all of our districts have some kind of a medical panel that they consult with on a regular basis. Randy, you want to update anything I've said there? Because I may not have had it all quite correct.
No, and Scott's here also on that, but during the session, the extended session in May, there was an agreement between the legislature and the governor to make sure that the local counties had the authority to exercise whether or not schools were open and to what extent, and the local school boards then should be in consultation with them. This board will continue to give strong guidance to school districts. I think we've done that. And as you mentioned, continue to ask input as you've received today. Take that under advisement as you look to go forward.
Mm-hmm. So we will continue to do those things, and we really appreciate you coming today. I know you had to take time out of your busy schedules. We appreciate you coming today, and we'll continue to review and listen to medical experts and listen to our constituents as we continue to make decisions. So I would like to thank you for coming. Michelle, do you have Steve has a clarifying question? Thank you, Michelle, for correcting me there.
Actually, the commissioner's comments addressed it. It was about the relationship between your relationship with local boards and our responsibilities. We're a local control state. I think it's been addressed. Thank you.
I love to quote Randy when he says, everybody likes local control until they don't. So that kind of applies in a number of situations. This may be one also. So again, we appreciate you all coming today and sharing your opinions, and believe me, we listen, we continue to listen, and we appreciate the input as we continue to make adjustments as need be. Who? Jim Porter. Jim Porter, please.
Sorry, this is not a question, but I think we've had numbers of of professionals speak to us today. I would like for at least to consider maybe inviting some of those to participate in our group that is making recommendations to us. Because we have other professionals and some of these, I think it would be good, because some of the things we heard today are different from some of the things we're hearing from our other medical staff, and I would think that we need to add those voices so that we can perhaps come up with a solution that works for people.
We'll ask the commissioner to take that under consideration. Thank you very much. So at this time, I am going to close the state board's, thank you, Citizens Open Forum at 11:06. We'd like to thank our speakers for sharing their views with the board. The state board will determine if any issues should be addressed as an agenda item at a future meeting. Thank you very much. Okay, looks like we can go back and then we'll take a break. We'll go back and complete our early childhood piece. So Melissa, Amanda has run us through the first part of the presentation, and we appreciate that. So Melissa, welcome.
Thank you, and my apologies for not being more flexible this morning to get here a little sooner.
That's okay, we made adjustments.
There you go. All right. Excellent.
We're good.
Well, I appreciate your interest in the work that we've been doing. The Kansas Children's Cabinet and the team that we collaborate with on Preschool Development Grant have been working very closely throughout the spring and summer with the Office of Recovery, the Spark Task Force, and all of the different planning that has gone into Corona relief response through the CARES Act. So round one was simply an advisory role. That was the first round of funding given directly to all counties in the state. It was a total of $400 million, and we participated in a series of webinars and other conversations to help county officials understand the role that they could play in helping support early childhood programs and providers in their counties. Round two was focused on state agency-led initiatives. So Department of Education, the Children's Cabinet, Department of Health and Environment, Board of Regents, and the Community College Association were part of a subcommittee, a working group that the Spark Committee created. And it led to, in that round, the education package was the 3 programs that you see on screen with regard to early childhood. It was something we're calling the Child Care Health Consultant Network, which is, it's KDHE administered in partnership with Child Care Aware of Kansas. It is still open and available. It's a network of, we have consultants that can work with early childhood providers to help them understand what the public health guidelines require them to do and whether they need to make changes or purchases or update their system. There is a grant fund affiliated with that. The Workforce Health Fund includes early childhood. That is a fund if you're COVID positive in certain occupations that are considered the essential workforce. There is a grant fund opportunity to help offset the costs that you incur based on the positive diagnosis. And then we administered Technology for Families, which is through early childhood home visiting programs, including things like Parents as Teachers and the Part C network. And there's a total of 7 eligible types of providers to purchase technology, the devices, the internet access to help families connect to the internet so remote home visits can occur. And then that one is, so round 2 is essentially coming to a close in terms of the application process. We will administer it through the end of the year. And then round 3 is what we're involved in, the remote learning grants. The cabinet was given a $40 million fund to offer grants to community organizations that are helping support our schools across the state by providing safe alternate sites for children, school-age children, so kindergarten through 6th grade, who it's school-age, school day, remote learning sites. We have had about of that 40 million, there's been about $7 million worth of grants made to date, mostly the eastern half of the state in the larger population areas is where we need this, because what we're seeing is across the state, rural districts, smaller school districts that are more able to be flexible. I know Randy and I have talked about early on, Heston led the way with their model of in-person but with remote sites. That's the idea of the program we're putting in place, and it really is helping larger districts with the logistics issue of having alternate sites for kids to safely be supervised while they log in and attend their class when schools are in hybrid or remote learning mode. So that one we will continue to take applications. I would encourage, if you all know districts in your area that are like we had a request today, new choice to go fully remote outside the Wichita area. So it's in the Mays school districts. So we're going to fund a program to help them serve those families in that community. We're still taking applications. This is just a rolling grant. So if you know of someone, our Children's Cabinet website would be the place to direct them for information. They can contact us. And we are providing technical assistance to help answer questions to see if applications need to be made.
Melissa and Amanda, thank you very much. So because I think, Michelle, you had asked the question about the CARES. So do you want to repeat that for Melissa?
Yeah, Melissa, I was curious, so it's been more than 10% that's been spent so far of the 40 million, or would you say it's right about that?
It's right about that, and I will clarify that originally it was a $40 million grant. At the last State Finance Council meeting, they did take $15 million back to put into the testing program, which actually I support, because I think if we can get a handle on more available testing, we can help with the mitigation of the virus and help people stay in class where they need to be. So they've taken back, we have 25 million, but I have the promise that if we had a surge of requests, we could go back and let them know that.
So I know, Dr. Watson, you had talked about like districts finding ways to use facilities that are not being used, and sometimes that can get costly. I know some of the smaller districts in my area, they were talking about where are we going to come up with this money to do this, to just move kids out into spaces that are, that we'd have to rent or whatever. So that would be something that I would maybe, if the districts knew that.
So according to this, I mean, we have done some presentations to district superintendents to make sure the word is spread but we cannot grant this grant fund directly to the school district because of other sources of funding that the districts have received. So this is a program that has gone through, there is a very rigorous process to get to proposal for the State Finance Council to approve, and it would have to go back in front of the State Finance Council to change the criteria. But a district can certainly, in an area, it's anything. It can be YMCA, Boys and Girls Clubs. It can be Parks and Recreation. It can be a church in the area. It can be, as long as the partner that is applying can demonstrate the ability to safely operate a site with internet access and the support that students would need to be safely supervised, we can fund that. I just cannot fund a grant directly to the USD.
Right. Okay.
Does that make sense?
Okay.
So it could be a hospital in the area. It could be any number of different types of providers. And we're just looking for that safe, the numbers of students concentrated need to conform to public health guidelines. It needs to be small groups, socially distanced, masks in place. All of those things need to happen. But as long as that partner can demonstrate their ability to provide that. It can be, we have funded individual licensed childcare providers, the kind of providers that take care of kids in their home. If they're licensed for school-age kids, they can apply for a grant. So that we're trying to be as inclusive as possible.
Thank you.
Ann Ma?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, when you guys told us about this last month, I got really excited, like, oh my gosh, this is, what we've been working with them on. We want everybody back in school full-time, and Randy's certainly been talking to all the districts about going out and, contracting with people, but if it has to be spent in the next 8 weeks,
Yeah, we have run into a very difficult issue with the timeline in place, and what I have told people that have called me concerned about it, we need an act of Congress to change that. So this is a time, if ever there was a time to contact our federal delegation, now would be it. We need either a follow-up stimulus plan that addresses these issues with continued funding, or we need an extension on the timeline.
well, here's my question though, like with the other Spark money, they realized, they just said it had to be spent by December. But they're buying services like internet service that are gonna run through May, they're just paying for it before the end of the year. Why can't we do that with this? Why couldn't a school district contract with the Boys and Girls Club through May, pay them in December, and then get the full use out of this money?
Fantastic question, and I wish that were allowable. The guidance that we have received from the U.S. Department of Treasury differentiates the purchase of durable goods, essentially, versus the provision of services. So we cannot pay for service that hasn't yet been provided. We can purchase things, and even the internet, the data plans, those are things we can purchase. So we can get a data plan. Everything's now on a debit style card, right?
Right.
So we can purchase that now, and it can be a 1-year package. But what we cannot do is pay ahead for professional services delivered, and that's what the salaries and all of those elements. We've paid the overhead to set these programs up if we're funding a grant, but what we can't do is pay the personnel who are needed in advance.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
So I guess the message is contact your federal
Contact
delegation.
our senators and our U.S. representatives, because they hold the power to do something about this.
So maybe if somebody could give us the specific thing to
ask for,
and that could be sent out to us.
we would be happy to provide some bullet points so that it would help facilitate
That would-
communications.
I think that'd be very helpful.
Okay.
Okay. Well, thank you both for providing the update, and thank you for the flexibility. That's our middle name right now.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you all.
And we're going to continue to be flexible, board, because we have a PPC recommendation that is at 11:25. So I'm going to give you a little break, but we got to be back pretty quick. So Cheryl and Mark, we're going to get you after we do the PPC at 11:25. I know Cheryl, I see you up there online, and I think Mark was in here. So let's take a break and be back as close to 11:25 as you can, please. Really. Okay, board members, agenda item 12. We do have one item here. This is an action item on a recommendation from the PPC. It is a revocation. And it looks like to me Jennifer is online. So Jennifer, welcome. Sorry to have to have you wait a little bit. We've had a rather jumbled up morning, but that's okay. So welcome, and please share with us, and then we'll take a vote.
This was the default in any unanimous vote. And I would say just refer to those documents for a quick skim. We've been taking on a pretty light caseload just because we've been working remotely. But we expect to start shifting into more of our traditional caseload in the future, and you'll start seeing kind of the normal amount of cases come through.
Okay, so board members, this agenda item, if you want to look at the materials, starts on page 89 to refresh yourself. This is a revocation of a license. So I'm going to give you just a second to find that information if you want to look at it. And Ben Jones,
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education adopt the findings of fact and conclusions of law from the Professional Practices Commission and revoke the license of 20-PPC-20.
we have a motion for the item, so we have a second. Dina Horst, any questions or discussion? If not, I'd ask that everybody please, all in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, that's a 10-0. Okay, Jennifer, thank you. That was short and sweet. We appreciate you taking time out of your day to join us, though, today, and maybe we'll be seeing you again next month. I don't know.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, board members, now we're going to go, let me find my correct agenda item here. We are actually going to agenda item 10, which will be to act on proposed revisions to the school wellness policy model guidelines. So, I know we've got Cheryl remotely and Mark is here in person. And this, if you're looking in your agenda, this is page 69. So, I don't know who's starting, if Cheryl or
That
Mark
would be
is
Cheryl.
starting. Cheryl?
Good morning. We want to ask if there are any additional clarifying questions, Madam Chair and State Board members. Mark is there. I am here via Zoom because I am in quarantine. Almost done, though, with quarantine and feeling fine. But we're happy to answer questions. Or we would ask then that you consider voting in regard to the revisions we put forth.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. So board members, Ben, have I not removed you, or do you
I
have,
just have.
you have a question?
It's a new one.
It's a new one? Okay, thank you. Okay, Ben Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I do want to extend my thanks to Cheryl. Now that I have them, I know how to read them. I appreciate the time that you spent, Cheryl, for that half hour after the last meeting to help go through them and understand how to even read them. Because it was a challenge for me and also how it applies and how it looks like, and what it looks like in schools for that. So I just wanted to thank the department for that and the openness that we have for that. And I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Other questions, board members? Seeing none, I would ask for a motion. Dina Horst?
Didn't push the right button. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education approve the revised Kansas State or Kansas School Wellness Policy Model Guidelines.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Janet Wall? All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, that's a 10-0. Cheryl and Mark, and I know you had a whole committee working on this, please extend our thanks to them. We appreciate the work and that you've done, and this will assist us as we move forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now, actually, we're pretty close to on time. Can you believe that? I don't. Okay, this is agenda item 13. So, which I'm going to find here in just a second. Okay, this is to receive a progress update on the dyslexia initiative, including the proposed handbook. And Cindy?
Cindy was here
I know she
early
was, I saw her.
and then left, so we're going to try to round her back up again.
We're just making
Here
so
she
many
is.
adjustments.
We made her come and go lots of times.
We're
so.
just messing with people today, I guess.
Good. I am so good. I do have a PowerPoint.
I see a bunch of papers there. I bet you have handouts for us.
Well, you actually have this in your board, your board packet, but I just brought these in case people wanted.
You know, more than likely people will want it, so.
Which one is yours?
And we have a PowerPoint we'll get up.
Yep. Thank you, sir.
Not quite done.
Yeah, with Zoom, it requires a little extra work.
Thank you so much.
Okay, all right.
Thank you so much, Chair Bush and Commissioner Watson and the board for letting me be here today. I really appreciate it. I am going to give you a couple of updates, and then I have the actual dyslexia handbook for you, which I'm very excited about. Some of the things that have been happening here at KSDE amongst COVID, understaffing, and everything that's been happening, reading, training, the dyslexia initiative has been moving forward. And I couldn't be happier for the work our department has been doing. So I'm going to give you a couple just quick updates here. Maybe I'm not. Okay, the timeline that the task force had initiated for higher education programs to modify their standards to incorporate the International Dyslexia Association's program standards for teachers of reading was August of 21. I'm happy to say that all programs have been updated and have you just approved reading specialist at your September meeting, and all other programs have been updated and are in use. We are giving universities until August of 23 to get staffing in place, to get syllabi adjusted, and to get coursework and training done so that we can meet these expectations. But program standards have now been modified for all these programs. The candidates to take examination of their science of reading for these programs, K6 is already taken care of because they already take a praxis that covers the science of reading. However, we have been in some internal discussions about creating some assurance documents that will go to our universities and colleges that have programs in English language arts, reading specialists, and high incidence special education to assure that they are teaching the science of reading and assessing their graduates on that. So we're in the process of doing that. The timeline that the task force set forth was August of 21. So I feel very confident we will meet that deadline. And then this deadline is already passed, but some colleges and universities are already creating coursework in dyslexia, creating micro-credentials in dyslexia, and creating programs specialized in dyslexia. So this is already moving forward. For professional learning, in cooperation with the service centers in the state of Kansas, we have trained thousands and thousands of teachers and school leaders on this initiative. The timeline is August of 2020 to have all of this training completed. We have been giving systems an extra year till August of 21 just simply because so much happened between March and August. There was just absolutely no way that they could give them in. So we've been, even though the deadline has passed, we've been telling systems just continue doing what you need to do to get your training done. But we did kind of put a hard line on that for the beginning of school next school year. All of the components that you see on your screen here have been embedded into this training. The task force did not recommend a timeline or a time frame for this training. Our department created the training based on all of these bullet points on this slide, and it was very difficult to push out a professional development that would have been an hour or 2 hours that would have been high quality enough that teachers or school leaders may have just not taken very seriously. So this is a 6-hour training, and people are embracing it. They are learning from it, and systems are really doing a great job with this professional learning piece. Screening takes place next fall in August of 21, and these are the screening components. All of our kiddos have to be screened in K-12. All the measures that they use for screeners are reliable and valid. And then intervention begins once a risk is once risk is indicated, and then we progress monitor to make sure we have adequate progress on reading difficulties. So school collection is going to start being, school data is going to start being collected in the KIDS system officially next year. So we have a spot in KIDS for data to be collected on this. And then these are the assessments that we are asking systems to give. Kindergartners are going to be the most heavily assessed. Keep in mind these are 1-minute assessments each, so about 3 to 4 minutes per student is how long it'll take a kindergarten teacher to do this. So we have first grade that has 3 assessments, and second grade that has 1 assessment, and then 2nd through 5th has reading fluency. 6th through 12th has a comprehension assessment. If students don't pass that comprehension assessment, then they will be given an oral reading fluency assessment to determine where skill deficits lie. The foundational structures in KISA, we have also been working with Michelle's department very heavily on trying to create, again, those assurance documents showing that they have all 12 of those foundational structures in place, and that we also have a review in KISA on the computer system for someone to check to make sure components are there for all systems. Those outside visitation teams, those chairs and teams will review those assurance documents on site visits to ensure structures are in place. So that qualifies for the external review. And then evidence-based reading instruction, we're still asking systems to adopt structured literacy practices and programs, and that again happens in August. Again, this is postponed. The task force met yesterday and voted to have some legislature support for the funding of this position. And then I have the handbook for you. So this is delayed, obviously. It didn't happen in August, but due to lack of staffing here, I had lots and lots of help in the department to get this together and lots of outside stakeholders to help. So I have the contents here, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Cindy, why don't we take questions on what you've presented so far, and then we'll get into the handbook. So Jim Porter has a question.
Well, I really don't. I want to talk about dyslexia.
You go right ahead, Mr. Porter.
First of all, thank you for the work. I think it's interesting that this handbook had to be done while everybody was remote, and so this is one of those things where they had to have some adjustment. If you look at page 98 of our work, it lists the people that are members of the group that did this handbook, and I need to point out some of them. Barbara Bradley was a consultant and participated in the task force. Jamie Callahan was a member of the task force. Deb Farr was a consultant and participated in the task force. Lori Mann was a consultant and participated in the task force. Christina Middleton was a member of the task force. Janine Phillips was a member of the task force, and Jerry Powers was a member of the task force. So these people not only did all the work on the task force, but they continued to volunteer to work on this project. When we got ready, when the recommendation for us to postpone a couple of months ago came out, I visited with the service centers and I visited with the groups of superintendents and found out, first of all, that they were much further along in this process than I anticipated, which I was very pleased about that. And the service centers, I was just really surprised at how much they had done. Cindy has done thousands of trainings, and so have they. We learned stuff yesterday, Cindy, the task force did meet yesterday. It has an annual review, and the reason, and I've told you this before, but I'll tell you again, the reason for the annual review is so many times a task force meets and you put the task force document on a shelf someplace and it gathers dust. We want to make sure that it's a living document. There were several recommendations made for training that I'm sure will be considered in the future that came out of that meeting yesterday. But these are the sorts of things that we had. We had reports from the Regents University deans. We had reports from the private university deans. And I can assure you, the 2 years I worked in a university, I found out that, as I said yesterday, universities move at the speed of a sloth. They are moving faster than I believed possible. They are ahead of schedule. As a matter of fact, I've heard from school personnel that even though it's not time yet, they're already receiving teachers that have a better understanding of structural literacy and the science of reading. So they've already started incorporating some of these things into their coursework, which I think is extremely positive. We also had representatives from the service centers. But whenever I met with the service centers and when I met with the superintendents, I found out that, we did not postpone any of the requirements. And there was a email to our commissioner last night that said, I just saw that and said that we'd postponed all the requirements. That's not true. We're still moving forward. But COVID does have an impact. The school where I retired, I found out as of yesterday, is fully remote because of so many people that are quarantined. And it's a small school district, and a lot of teachers and even more students are quarantined. These are having an effect. So even though we have not changed the requirements, we have to give some grace for those people, because what I found was that I found so many people that are trying to do the right thing. And the fact is, we have changed the conversation related to reading. The conversation 3 or 4 years ago was, we're all teaching reading. We know what we're doing. That's simplistic, but that was sort of where we're getting. And now we recognize that significant numbers of students do not have the reading skills, and we have to do something different. And that's changed the conversation. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for the leadership of the task force and the people on the task force who have come together to work together to solve that problem. I wanted to point out specifically the people on this that did participate with you. Heath Piney, I think I left him off because it's garbled together there. It was also a consultant to the task force. But we're moving in the right direction. There are people that want us to move faster. There are people that want us to get from nothing to 100%, right now. And that's frustrating, for them, that's frustrating for us, but we're moving quickly in a direction, and according to David Herford, who is a member of the task force, who is the chairman of the psychology department at Pittsburgh State University, and who runs a reading program, that in his report yesterday, the fact is that we are addressing numerous aspects, including screening, including professional development, including evidence-based, and including looking at what other states are doing, that it is very unusual for states to take on that multi-approach. Sometimes they do one thing at a time and then wait 2 or 3 years and do something else. He considers us a leader, Kansas a leader in that area, and so I just wanted to point out where we are and the fact that we are moving in the right direction, and we are committed to get to the point where we can say that we are addressing the needs of the struggling readers in Kansas, whether they have dyslexia or not, the struggling readers in Kansas. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Porter. Ann Mah?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple questions. I know I fought and lost the battle already about English language arts teachers having to know how to teach reading now. So how is that requirement changing the degree for English language arts? Because it's a content area. I mean, you take literature and whatever, but you don't take reading. So how many more hours is that added to their degree, do we know?
When they updated their program standards, they felt like they were really incorporating most of the things that IDA had asked for.
Uh-huh.
They're just going to have to restructure a course or two, so it's not adding coursework, it's just restructuring a couple of courses to include that science base of reading and how reading works, so that they can take that exam at the end of their coursework.
So what kind of courses are they going to incorporate that into?
I don't know those details, but I can find out.
That'd be interesting
Okay.
to know. Thank you. And the only other thing was, I know we struggled with everything going on. We still have a lot of the year left to go, so it's probably too early to know. But the question was, would districts really be ready to do the screening and have the capability, and would they be able to get the structured literacy curriculum in place by next fall? And I know you can't make assumptions, because I talked to a really big district and they said, yeah, we're good, we can do all that. And you have little ones who say they can't. So is there a way to know how districts are going to be able to meet that, or if they can, how many can do it?
A prediction would be difficult, but it's possible through some sort of survey or some sort of a survey could work. We could make that happen if that was the request of the board. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think before we consider any other waivers or changing any requirements, we ought to know how big a problem is it? Or like Jim said, some of them, they may be further along than we even know. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Steve, is this one you? No, it's actually, you guys are really messing with me.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Michelle
Okay,
Dombrowski.
It's not about, my question isn't about the handbook itself, it's about the process, I guess. So you had a slide up about screening, so I'm just trying to understand, so if let's say a child is screened, I know they were gonna focus on 5-year-olds. So the process of that would be, is that when the handbook would get handed to the parent at that time and say, hey, we have some flags here as far as your child was screened. Here, at that point, that particular school or district or whatever, here are the contacts with the parents. Because I know you have to be so general and it's such guidance on that handbook. I was reading through it and I thought it's very, general, because we can't specify it down to here's where you need to find it in Overland Park, or here's, So would they be given a sheet or handout from that school saying, here are the resources, because it says tap into your resources, there's all these things to tell the parents what you need to be doing, advocate for your child, and that. So I was just wondering the process. I know that goes with administrators, teachers, parents. I'm just wondering what the process, when does that handbook get handed out?
Well, the handbook was intended for a broad audience, not just parents. So
Right.
it's intended for
Right.
educators and leaders and parents as well. It'll be available for anyone once it's approved. It'll be public information, so available at any time for anyone. We've also developed a parent Q&A form that is on the website that was developed by the Kansas Resource, or the Kansas Families. I'm sorry, I cannot think of her name right now. I'm drawing a blank. Yes, Jane, thank you, Jane Goff. And so she helped us develop that. And that is what, after the screening takes place, we want to make sure parents have that information. So what happens now? What happens next? Where do I go? And then in here, in the appendix, there's a link for parents specifically, and it tells you what steps you can take and where you can go for more information.
I saw general links like
It's general, correct.
National ones, and I just want to make sure that locally, and then who to contact within that district or that school, who they can follow up with and that would be available obviously to pertaining to that school, particular
Right.
school.
Yes. Correct.
Okay.
It's
Because you read through it, a parent would get lost as far as now what do I do, And so I just want to make sure that would be localized as far as here are your local resources in our town. Here's some contact people, rather than just the general kind of go out and do it yourself, like figure it out on your own. I want to make sure that that was
I
something.
agree with that, and I'm hoping that once we get a dyslexia position here at the State Department, that we'll be able to help districts with that sort of thing, to collect that resource bank, to help publish more information. But I think that each district is going to have to take on that ownership of that until we can get some more help.
Oh,
But,
absolutely.
yeah.
I know Paola's doing an excellent job of bringing those resources in by parents. The parents that have worked through this, or maybe had their own training done, they've received their own training so that they can help tutor their child. So it'd be, make sure the partnership is with the parents. And I would ask, I know that
Absolutely.
task force, but I would ask away, because they have all the resources at their fingertips, and some of these people
They
are
really do,
huge
and
advocates.
I have been connecting lots of parents. I get lots of phone calls from parents, and I connect them to lots of resources that I know of in the state as well.
Great.
And local, not just statewide, but local as well. So
Great,
there are avenues for parents, for
Yeah, I
sure.
was just curious about the timing on the handbook, is like, when do they get
It'll
that?
get when you, if you vote to approve it next month, and it'll be it'll be public. It'll be ready to go to everyone, parents and staff, so.
Awesome. I
Yep.
just, you can link it to right to the website. You
Yep.
can- Okay, great, thanks.
Jim Porter?
Just one more observation, the coordinator has been mentioned several times. The fact that we did not get the funding for a coordinator does not mean that the department has not aggressively dealt with that issue. And there are numerous people at the department that have been assigned aspects of dyslexia, so that it's being covered. It's going to be covered better when we can have a coordinator. But the fact is, we didn't wring our hands and say, we don't have a coordinator, we can't do anything. The fact is that responsibility has been subdivided over, I think, 8 or 10 people at the department that have different responsibilities for different things. Cindy's, of course, the lead, but there are others that are doing that. So we are covering that. That is not sustainable long-term. We need the coordinator, and we need the funding for that. But we are not neglecting that responsibility because we didn't get the funding.
So as you talk to your local legislators, make sure that you address that with them, because we need the funding. We actually think it would probably have gone through next year if we hadn't had a shortened session. So we do want it to see it on the governor's budget. We also want to have support. We do think we have support, but don't hesitate to contact your own legislators and ask them to please support that for the department and for our schools. So Cindy, why don't you go back to that slide about the contents and kind of give us a little information. I don't know if you want to hand out the handbooks.
That's
or-
your call. You all have electronic copies, but I'm happy to give you a paper
Why don't
copy.
you go ahead and pass them and see
Okay.
whoever can take them, whoever wants them, and we can do that. We can just hand them down. So you may want to kind of just go over the
Sure.
components of the handbook so we kind of know what to be looking for.
Yes. The characteristics of dyslexia and the characteristics by grade level, we went through and really tried to help school leaders and help parents understand what the red flags are at each grade level. If you're in your board packet, I'm on page 104 and 105. And 106. So those we really felt like it was very important to get that information out on what to look for, so that it's not something that comes out of left field. We broke down the screening very plainly for why to do it. We gave justification for research and why to do the screening and what types of assessments we're going to give. Again, I'm moving kind of past. I'm on page 110 now. Those informal diagnostics and progress monitoring is embedded into tiered systems of support. So we have to make sure that school systems are doing this for struggling readers. And then we gave our school systems some criteria for selecting those screening tools. What do they have to have? We want to make sure that they understand a screener is not a formal evaluation. It is simply a screener for potential reading problems. And then we go into detail on page 112 about what to do once you've given the screener, how to interpret those results, and then what to do next. Since we have a large population of ELL learners in our state, we have a page dedicated with some research-backed findings of how to screen and support struggling ELs. And then pages 114 through 116 is really our process and our rubric that we have given school districts for using to select their screeners. And then the remainder of the book is all about evidence-based literacy instruction and structured literacy. And I can answer any questions that you might have. I think that it's pretty laid out there, pretty clear.
Thank you, Cindy. I've had a chance to read this over the weekend, and it's an excellent document. I feel like the resources are strong. The guidance that should be provided to the districts, I think, will be very helpful. Not only the definition, but as far as screening and then getting into actually, and I think for parents it could be helpful. Talking about, what is it? Sometimes you need to have a little bit of an idea of what it is. I do love the quote by Louisa Moats, and though some of you who've known me a while know that I have said, teaching reading is rocket science.
It absolutely is.
So I have said that quote before, so. So board members, any questions as far as the handbook is concerned? So thanks to the folks who have worked on this, and I know the committee's also given a lot of input on this also.
The committee that internally met to get these recommendations to you all was valuable in this, but I really want to thank Tammy Mitchell and Sarah Perryman and Joanne McRell and Natalie McLean. They worked very hard to help get this book in this beautiful format and get all the research done to help me put it together, so.
Okay, Jean Clifford on Zoom has a question.
Yes, I just wanted to thank you so much for this handbook. I really feel like this is sort of the tip of the iceberg, and we're going to be able to do so much more in the future, and that our students are going to be able to take this information to learn to read better, and that'll pervade all the subjects that they take. I did have the opportunity to complete the online dyslexia training that you offered, and I would encourage other people to take a look at that. It wasn't, it was in 2 parts, so it wasn't difficult to get through, but it really impressed me that, there is so much more to this, and that we are going to be spending a lot of effort in a lot of areas to try to encourage and to get all of our students reading at the correct pace that they need to. The structured literacy approach is just wonderful. It appeals to all types of readers, and I'm really encouraged by that. I'm thinking that, that'll really make our early learners that are going to learn in that way do so much better when they get older. But I don't want to forget those middle school and high school students that have been disadvantaged by having dyslexia. We really need to work hard, for every student in our schools to try to get them as much intervention, as much training, and get their reading as high as possible before they leave us. I did have a question. While we are expecting our English teachers primarily to do the interventions on this, I think it's important that all teachers understand, have a basic understanding of how this affects students. I know that in a lot of classes, students are asked to read aloud or required to read aloud. And I know that that's damaging to the self-esteem to those readers who don't do as well. Are we going to have a way to encourage all teachers to sort of use methods that allow students with dyslexia the greatest opportunity to feel good about their reading ability?
I will tell you what we have offered is we are offering universal constructs for how to teach vocabulary, which include that foundation of syllabication and morphology that will help students be better readers. Also, when a school district calls me and said, who's required? I always tell them, this is a good training for every single teacher in your building. The requirement says X, Y, Z. I encourage you to have all of your teachers, and we've had many science teachers and math teachers email me and say, I didn't know this is going to help me be a better teacher. So I think the information is getting out there to a broad band of different teachers.
It's good. Thank you so much.
I just might add, I was pleased to see the considerations for English language learners included in there, because, you know, one of the things that we don't want to do is mistakenly assume an ELL student has dyslexia where it is a language issue. So I appreciate that. And, you know, when, and I'm crossing over between online and in the book, but when the section that called structured literacy instruction, and then I go back to the various components, because I did teach middle school and high school, and, you know, when I think of the kinds of things that those folks can work on, and particularly the English teachers, it seems like to me you're getting into syntax and vocabulary, reading comprehension, reading fluency, probably even a little bit of morphology. So I think those secondary folks have a lot of things they can do to contribute and to understand. I mean, and I don't, not being I was the science teacher, not the English teacher, but the syntax to me has a lot to do with how you put sentences together.
Absolutely, and as you all know, the more complex your text, the more complex your sentences become, the more difficult it is for a struggling reader, adolescent reader to access that text.
Absolutely. Okay, Randy?
Well, once again, I want to thank Cindy, and she mentioned a lot of people that worked on this, and that's certainly true, but her dedication from day one has been remarkable, and I applaud you for that. I want to say this, and I think IPS is your best example. So you have said now for years, every district has to have an IPS starting no later than 8th grade. And you're seeing district after district come before you on accreditation that doesn't have that in place. So as Jim said, remarkable start. You have to stay after this for year after year after year, because while you'll think everyone has heard this message, and I know Cindy thinks that for all the training she's done, we're going to find out when we get to accreditation in the future, and dyslexia is one of those components, that you're going to be faced with looking at conditionally accredited because someone didn't do that part. So, and we've got the 6 hours is just the awareness training.
Absolutely.
Then they have to get good at this. So just stay diligent, State Board, just stay diligent on this. And while there's remarkable progress made in a short period of time, it can't be, as Jim said, and now we're satisfied. So I appreciate your efforts, Cindy.
Thank you.
Again, also on behalf of the board, thank you, Cindy, and your internal committee and your external committee that also have been working on this. And we know we'll continue to get updates. This will come back to the board next month
Yes,
as
correct.
an action item. So if you haven't had an opportunity to get through the handbook and you have further questions, it'd be a good time to ask those additional questions. So we will see you next month. Now, we do have one other item, not with you, Cindy.
Okay.
But one other item before we, so.
And I just might say, the board, as you look at the handbook, if you have questions, please let me know. I can get a lot of those answered for you before you come, and that way, if there are things that Cindy needs to look up, we can get that
Absolutely.
done for you, because this is a big topic, so thank
Yeah,
you.
good-
Thank you all.
Good point, thank you. So, Randy?
Before you break for lunch and go your own way, I want to take a few moments to introduce to you my new assistant, Michaela Aldridge, and she will be serving you and me and Peggy, and Peggy's already been working with her and our team, so get to know Michaela. We're happy to have her. I've already been texting her. This is what she does already. Like, get Mark down here. Where's Amanda? We're ahead of schedule. Oh, no, Michaela, we're behind schedule. And so that's what she does during board meetings, is she tries to coordinate that. Michaela, you want to say anything? Where I'm putting you on the spot.
It is completely an honor to be in your presence.
So they can hear you.
We'll even put you on the microphone.
Oh, perfect. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, first off, I would like to say it's a complete honor to be in your presence, and I appreciate this so much. And I'm excited to work with you guys in the future. Thank you.
Michaela, thank you and welcome to that particular job and part of the team, because it really is a team effort.
Michaela's been serving in our fiscal auditing team, so she's coming from third floor to sixth floor, so she's been with us, but we're just changing her position.
So welcome. We're glad to have you. Okay, board members, we will recess for lunch until 1:30. Thank you. I'd like to bring the afternoon session of the State Board of Education back into order again and welcome everybody back. So we are very pleased this afternoon that we get to recognize a couple of folks. One of them in person, one of them in Zoom, although I don't see him right at the moment, but he'll be back, I hope. We have some, there he is, all right, very good. We have some national finalists for from Kansas for the Presidential Awards for Excellence in Math and Science Teaching. Now, isn't that great? That is just fabulous. We are so excited and so proud, and I am going to turn it over to Denise Kaler, and she's going to take us into this
Thank
this
you.
agenda item.
Yes, we love having these moments of good news here. As you know, the as we call them PAMPST Awards is the nation's highest honor for those teachers of math and science, technology, and engineering. And they recognize teachers who have both deep content knowledge of the subjects that they teach and the ability to motivate and enable students to be successful in those areas. And each finalist receives a $10,000 unrestricted award from the National Science Foundation, which I'm sure is, I wouldn't mind having that, but I don't have the talent to get it. So today, again, I'm proud to introduce Luke Hinkey, who is joining us by Zoom today. Hi, Luke. And Meg Richard, who are our two Kansas educators who are among 107 educators being recognized as national finalists for the 2019 program. Probably wondering why I'm announcing 2019 program, that this award is recognized by the White House or distributed by the White House, and it tends to be a year behind on that. So they have waited a long time for this recognition. Luke is a math teacher at Columbus Unified High School, USD 493, and he has served as an educator since 2010, 7 of those years at his current school. And then Meg Richard, who is here with us today in person. She, at the time of the award, was a science teacher at Summit Trail Middle School, Olathe, USD 233 for more than 10 years. And I'm proud to say she is currently employed by the Kansas State Department of Education. So Luke and Meg are each going to take a couple of minutes to talk about some of the innovative programs and instructional practices that they employ. And Luke, since you're probably on a little bit more of a timeline, we'd love for you to turn it over to you and have you present first.
Thank you very much. If you don't mind, I'll share my screen here really quick. Let's do that. If I can get this to work. Well, that's wonderful. Yes. Share. There we go.
Oh, it's coming up. There you go.
Okay, good. Well, I try to work with my students and inspire them through innovation within my classroom in the physical space. The students actually gave me the award for most innovative teacher, and it's I spend a lot of time trying to get them to think about where their future is going, what they hope to accomplish. It might be just a math classroom, but I like to infuse aspects of leadership and whatnot into my classroom. My classroom started like this when I first got here, normal desks, and I could not stand to have them arranged like tombstones. So I circled them up, tried to get them close so they could have conversations and discuss mathematics, which was something they weren't used to. And then over time, I was able to get them a little bit more flexible seating arrangements. I got some futons and some other items that I could space out the room so we could use the floor as a grid and just engage them in a more physical environment. Eventually, I worked to change around. We got some tables, and we're trying to incorporate some group and collaborative learning to match with those 21st century skills that we're trying to get students to utilize within the throughout the whole country. And comfort also too. I have a toaster in my room. We're not using that this year, unfortunately, but students, I mean, this is an English teacher's daughter. She hated math. She came in and she enjoyed it as much as possible. And then I earned a few grants that allowed me to purchase 3D printers along with some other materials throughout the years. I involved the students in this process of transforming my room into an environment that was better suited for their learning needs and what they might be encountering within the workforce. And over time, my room, with their help, was transformed slowly but surely. Got things all painted. I was one of the first rooms in the whole district that went away from that crazy yellow color I know it's an industrial gray, but it was still something different. The students appreciated that. The way that I encouraged students was I still had to match up with our curriculum as much as possible because I couldn't move fully to a project-based learning curriculum or a project-based one, but I allowed them to do 20% time projects. And so I had students who bought computer parts and I helped guide them through putting them together. I had other students that engaged in presenting for our local educational cooperative, Greenbush, at a student tech conference. There was also a local entrepreneurship fair. I had some students that were designing a business model, and so we looked at what would it take to make something profitable, and I did that with my pre-calculus class. They presented, and they did a fabulous job. I had different students thinking about, well, how can we build a t-shirt launcher to make games a little bit more exciting? One student was like, I think I want to do physics and mathematics at KU, so I'll just read a book on string theory. And that's what she did, and then the presentation was phenomenal. I have Philips Hue lighting, and Amazon Alexa. They're not working right now, unfortunately. But so is the classroom. I could change the color of the lights, and students could learn a little bit about how technology is being automated and how to control that technology. Here's a student putting that together, and then the lights finally in place. Then I ended up building some cabinets. I had seen these in another school that was pushing some innovative practices. And I built those cabinets. They have removable whiteboards, so the students will pull those off. They'll hash out ideas and then place them back up there as they're working together. They're able to plug in their Chromebooks and work independently as their groups. Or if I need be, I can also project from my main screen onto those screens. And just kind of made it a comfortable environment. Now we're back to normal desks and chairs for this year. Hopefully we can change it up next year. And then just trying to make it as homey and comfortable so we can engage in some learning. I recently was awarded another $7,500 grant through the PwC Charitable Foundation in partnership with Donors Choose. And we got some Oculus Rift glasses, some Sphero rover robots and drones, some 3D printers, some resin printers, which are being used in industry, and some other ways that we can augment those robots. And so I'm hoping we can get it to where the students can use the virtual reality to control the drones, much like they would in the military or maybe to the moon someday. So overall within our district, I've used Limeads for Learning, Sonic to help out with that. Kinase awarded our classroom money, and I mentioned the PwC Charitable Foundation. I was also the first one to do concurrent coursework. Before I was here, it was just a couple online courses, and those were not going well for students. And finally, we got some teachers here. I was really pushing for it, and so now we have 4 teachers offering 8 different LCC classes. Overall, I've also switched to more of a proficiency-based learning system. So students, when they look at their test scores on, say, Power School, it's broken into categories, so they know specifically what they need to work on or what they're weak on, and we can work on building that up rather than just having a general score and helping them see where they can improve and note that learning is a continuous thing. So I'm just working to engage students where they're at and hopefully use their passions to inspire the learning. I have had students that want to do lie detectors, brainwave measures, and it's really cool when you get to talk about sign functions with Algebra 1 students. I'm just working to inspire them and through my innovation. Thank you.
Well, Luke, that was great. I would guess we'll probably have some board members that have some questions. What grade levels do you primarily teach? Do you teach high school, middle, both?
I primarily teach Algebra 1, and then I also teach intermediate algebra, college algebra, trigonometry, and calculus.
Okay, so a little bit of a range of everything. So, board members, questions for Luke? Okay, you're off the hook at this time, but I'm sure we'll be back.
Thank you.
Okay, Denise, you want to?
So Meg, I'll let you go next.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner Watson, and the State Board for having me today. I am honored to be here and to be the recipient of such an esteemed award. When I received the email from Tammy, it suggested that I talk to you today about the innovation in my classroom, but as you can probably tell, I no longer have one of those. I did frizzle up for the occasion, but I'm going to share with you about the innovation that led me to win this award, and as you will probably see, it had nothing to do with innovation at all. You see, after a long science journey, I found myself unable to resist the call to education. It was like that full-on Moana and the ocean moment. My husband was supportive, my parents weren't surprised at all, and I found myself working at 4 a.m. at Dunkin' Donuts to pursue a second master's degree so that I could be in the classroom. I was matched with I apologize because I just left the classroom and I miss it. I also promised Dave that I wouldn't cry.
Just consider us your students.
Thank you.
We can be your students for today.
I was matched with one of our best mentors in the state, James Cole. And he coached me in so many ways. But the best thing he ever told me was at the end of the day, you go to their chair, you pull it out, and you sit. You just sit. So we're going to fast forward me as a novice teacher, and quickly I realized that my students deserved for me to be better. They deserved the best. And I was, and am, nowhere close to that. But I started attending every professional development opportunity I could find. I flew rockets at space camp, I studied sustainability, and I licked so many rocks. And I share those not with you today to impress you, but maybe because I'm a little nervous and intimidated and all of those things. But I share that because this is the moment where my practice started to shift. You see, while I was crawling on my hands and knees in Hell Creek, Montana, thanks to the University of Washington's Dig School program, I started to look at the dirt a little differently. Yeah, dirt. Middle school students are not impressed by dirt, and we as science teachers teach it pretty much the same way year after year after year. But as I'm licking the rocks to see if they stick to my tongue or not, pro tip, if they stick, it's a bone. If they fall off, it's a rock. I started to look for what was different, and I started to pay very, very close attention. When one is in Montana looking for fossils, they need to look for the pink line. And I was going to include a picture, but let's just not. If I were to show you that picture, what you would see is this thin pink line running through the rock strata that we know as the iridium layer. And it was one of my favorite lessons in the classroom because you got to play Sesame Street. One of these things is not like the other. But I digress. We tell the story of the Alvarez family, and it made a difference in what types of fossils we found. So I returned to my classroom, and the inspiration comes spewing out of my experiences. I get grants for wind turbines. I partner with Title I buildings in my district for collaboration from a distance, generating authentic data and communicating, which they have to do every day now. It was innovative then. I got electrophoresis and micropipettes so that we could visualize what happens after the strawberry DNA boogers emerge. And then in October of last year, I was fortunate to get many PCR machines, PCR being the polymerase chain reaction equipment, and biotechnology tools that allowed sensors to connect to their bodies to see the impact of their words authentically. And all of this was October without ever realizing the connection students would be able to make to PCR as a key element in our understanding of viral transmission and unlocking the COVID-19 virus. So my last day of teaching was March 13th. You see, 2019-2020, I accomplished my national board certification, and I won the presidential award. None of that mattered on March 13th, and honestly, none of it would matter to the thousands of students that I have taught in our state. They wouldn't be that impressed. They would ask about the dinosaur dress. What mattered to them was that I saw their brilliance, and more, I knew when to hold their hand and look into their eyes and tell them when they were worthy. And they are. They are so very worthy. I know that Kent Reed stood in this spot a month ago and talked to you about our teen suicide rates. I lost 2 in my 9 years to suicide, and then I lost 2 to cancer. Innovation didn't really matter. They mattered. So you see, it couldn't be a self-help or an SEL Band-Aid. Wellness Wednesday was effective, but it wasn't enough. It was the time in the summers spending looking for that pink line in the rock strata and searching for then that pink line in my classroom. And how did I even know where to dig? You see, this practice of education, like paleontology, is never about luck. Through too many experiences to list, I learned about my implicit biases. I learned how to make sure every student in my classroom had the opportunity to connect with science authentically and make sense of the world around them. and just start to realize the brilliance they brought into our very space every single day. I started to address their worthiness within the confines of my classroom walls, and I told them every single day how glad I was that they were there. They are the handprint that will forever leave on my heart. COVID. I chose to leave the classroom for a multitude of reasons, but namely because the call was still there, and I feel a responsibility to answer it. I would like to support every student and teacher in our state. Our states, our present, our future are all so worthy. I'm almost done, I promise. So in my new role, I'm emulating much of the same. And here's what I'm hearing from teachers in our field. Meg, it is bow tie Tuesday, because when I put on my bow tie, it's like my magic cape. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna fail, and then I'm gonna do it again tomorrow. Tim Elson from Wichita. What would I do with a single day off in my classroom? No PD, no agenda, just time to sit in my classroom and dream. No teacher will waste that gift of grace. Would I figure it all out? Probably not, but I could come up with something extraordinary. I will give professional development on interdisciplinary units so that our literacy comprehension can be improved with a scientific relevance lens. I will provide trainings on how to embed social emotional practices with intentional scaffolding inside of science pedagogy, some of the work being done at the University of Texas, the Dana Center, so that every Wellness Wednesday is an everyday idea, and the teachers can start to see the pink line. What makes me a presidential nominee? I knew where to dig, and I looked at the rocks. I am honored and humble, and thank you for inviting me today.
Thank you very much, Meg and Luke. Thank you very much. You know, I heard both of you say something about, and I'll paraphrase here, but in your lessons, you really worked to seek authenticity with your students and how you can make those lessons authentic. Can one or both of you speak a little bit more to that? Whoever wants to start.
It's like a Zoom showdown, Luke.
Go Zoom.
Okay, so with the authenticity piece, especially with mathematics, the way it's always been taught is the meaning is derived slowly over time after concept, and concept is layered from the basics of simple 1 + 1 is 2 and how we count. But this is not how mathematicians do mathematics. They turn and look at the real world and they're like, wow, how does that work? And so if I can get students to have those wow moments and to develop those within their own passions, then from those passions, I can derive the mathematics that are necessary for them to use those within whatever project they're working on. And then they see value and relevance within my own classroom. And they have that authentic perspective as far as mathematics should be. So that's what I'm aiming for.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It's a matter of being able to see the content in their everyday lives. We know that teachers can't be replaced by Google. Part of that's the relationship piece, but the other part is allowing students the forum to ask the questions and then empowering them to find the answers.
Other questions, board members? This is quite an honor. Mr. Roberts.
Do you see an opportunity for this board in the future to take the birthday out of the equation for moving kids along in their progression in the language of science and mathematics? Can we take the birthday out of the equation and make it more competence-based?
I would love to myself. I think that education, learning is, again, if you give it the right motivator, what's to stop a child from growing and learning and becoming the best possible version of themselves? But at the same time, how do you balance that with the collaborative aspects that are necessary for the growth of every other student within the classroom? And again, the birthday maybe not as important as what we make it to appear by grade levels, but there is something to say about working together to accomplish a common goal and growing together. Until we find what we're going to shoot off and be passionate about for ourselves as individuals.
And I would say yes, but which is what I would say a lot to my students. My concern around taking away the birthday is that right now I know that there are great struggles of teachers in different parts of the state where I got a call a week and a half ago because the AP physics teacher quit. So now we have a school district in our state with children with no access to AP curriculum, no teacher to teach it. And so I see how that maybe isn't aligned to the competencies, but I see it directly aligned to access. So if we take away kind of this model where it's systematic and you go through these approaches, I worry about a district that would have all of the opportunities that we can possibly afford to our students in the state, and then the one down the street that doesn't have, like, I also received a call, they don't think that they can teach chemistry or physics because the math teacher doesn't understand it. So that would be a dream and a vision that I could 100% support, but I worry greatly about the teachers in our state right now.
Other questions, board members? Okay, well, I think we'd like to take a picture, and I think maybe we'll try to be a little creative and see if we can't get Luke in it on Zoom. Do you think we can do that? Okay, and board members, let's see. I know, Mr. Porter, I think you're Columbus, and you're in Shawnee Mission, so that's...
I actually live in KCK, but...
You live in KCK?
But I taught in Olathe.
Okay, well then we've got multiple board members that can be involved in this picture. So, and Meg, I would like to say,
Do I need to put my mask on to fit in?
so yeah, let's, and Mr. Porter, you want to come? Oh, I see. You're on?
So's Google, Steve. So's Google.
That's sent.
I'm not sure this is COVID kosher.
Probably not. Okay, Steve, take a sec.
Hina, you can go ahead and turn your camera on if you want. Thank you.
Okay, our next agenda item, we're going to get a report from our e-cigarette vaping task force. And Mark Thompson's here, and we've also got somebody from the Health Institute, I betcha.
Yes.
Okay, excellent, excellent. Welcome.
Well, thank you. Let me tell you that is a tough act to follow. Those were some amazing examples of educators in the state having a tremendous impact. So, and we are very blessed to have Meg on our CSAS team. So, thank you, Madam Chair, board members, and Commissioner Watson. I'm Mark Thompson. I am an education program consultant for health and physical education with the Career Standards and Assessment Services team. And also, you've awarded me with the responsibility of heading up the e-cigarette vaping task force. So I'm going to take a few minutes today to update you on the work that the task force has been undertaking over the last few months. We did not meet for several months during the infancy of the pandemic. Then in July, we started meeting once again, focusing our efforts primarily on cessation resources, education, and how to assist schools and parents with the challenges that this new normal poses. I know your agenda is packed, so I'll quickly address a couple of resources that we've developed and then turn it over to Hina Shah of the Kansas Health Institute, who will discuss the use of Project ECHO as a training and education element that we believe will be very instrumental in providing tools to schools, parents, and communities to help them address vaping. So you should have 3 pages that the task force has developed. A significant amount of the credit needs to go to Jordan Roberts of KDHE, who has presented with me numerous times to the state board for doing most of the work in putting them together and especially making them pretty. So I'll go over the flyers. One of them is intended to be a two-sided. It's on one side, it has the do's and don'ts of talking to teens about vaping. And as you can see, it gives conversation starters, do's and don'ts, and then at the top of the second page, conversation closers. And the idea behind this is that there's going to be undoubtedly challenging conversations that need to take place if parents or school staff or health professionals are working with students who are actively vaping or considering vaping. And this is intended as a guide to help give them know what questions to ask, what questions not to ask, and the tenor with which that conversation should be approached. I'll just go over the do's because I do think these are important. Listen twice as much as you speak. Use 3 reflections for every question. Encourage an open dialogue and ask open-ended questions and reflect on those responses, making the teen feel heard. And again, I think that's extremely important because you need to honor the person that you're talking to and make sure you know that they are being listened to, that they are being heard. At the bottom of the second page are the youth tobacco cessation resources, and these have been previously identified when we developed the discipline document. We also included cessation resources, but this is kind of a more graphic-oriented way of presenting them. And these truly are, from the work of the task force, these are the state of the art right now when it comes to cessation resources that would be applicable to the teen population. My Life, My Quit, and then Not on Tobacco, or NOT, that has been developed by the American Lung Association, and This is Quitting, developed by the Truth Initiative. The other flyer is this Teen Vaping, What to Watch For. And this one, I will take credit for mostly putting this one together. But I've found there are many tips out there. And if you look at multiple sources, you'll see that there is some overlap. But you don't want to inundate people with 25 tips to watch. So tried to highlight the ones that are kind of most likely to be picked up on. Number one, finding unusual or unfamiliar items. We've talked about the paraphernalia piece of this quite a bit, whether it's the pods or the capsules, the elements themselves. So one shouldn't be new to you, but behavioral changes, mood swings, agitation. If you have students that are, and I reached out to several of the task force members today, asking them what they are seeing or what they are hearing with students that are either in remote settings or in-person settings. And one of the concerns, and this came from Shelby Rebeck, who is with the Shawnee Mission School District, said that she's hearing from a lot of parents who are very concerned about their students going back into school when they know that the parents know that they've been vaping quite a bit. And so going to school where they're not supposed to have these, not supposed to be using them for hours on end, when they're used to using them hourly or every 2 hours. And that's going to show in terms of behavioral change, mood swings, and agitation. Shortness of breath, especially if you have athletes, if you have individuals that participate in strenuous activity. This is probably more prominent than you would find with smoking, because as we've talked repeatedly about how this works on the lungs and how it can damage the lungs, you're going to potentially see that. Poor performance, not just athletically, but also academically. That may be an indicator. Increased thirst and nosebleeds, just because of what it does to the nasal passageways and the throat. Mouth sores, abnormal coughing, throat clearing. Strange, sweet odors. Again, one of the things we have talked about is that there is a telltale sign to, if you're smoking cigarettes or smoking cigars, there's telltale signs. You know it when you smell it. Well, with vaping, that's not the case, but there may be strange or sweet odors. And then the last is vaping lingo. Things like, and I've heard this term repeatedly, and it never really registered with me until I read this, Addy. Well, Addy is the atomizer that's used in the process, and sauce, that is the lingo for the e-liquid or e-juice. So if your child is sitting around talking about Addy or sauce, and sauce, and you're not serving pizza or spaghetti, you might follow up with a question about what they're talking about. So these we are wanted to present to you, and then our intent is to get these out to schools and get them in the hands of school personnel and parents, and so that they have these tools, which we feel pretty good about. So at this point, I'd like to turn it over to Hina Shaw of the Kansas Health Institute. We'll talk about something that we're very excited about, which is Project Echo. So Hina, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mark. Good afternoon, members of the board and Commissioner Watson. So Mark invited me to talk about a new effort to develop a Project ECHO series around cessation strategies. And this is targeted for youth in a school setting. So this effort has been conceptualized by a subgroup of the Vaping Task Force in collaboration with the Masonic Cancer Alliance and the Area Health Education Center at the KU Medical Center. So the goal of this effort is to provide and empower professionals serving Kansas school districts with tools and techniques to ask, advise, and connect youth to cessation resources and treatment. This project would address barriers linking youth with treatment by using a specialized training method, which uses a telementoring approach or guided practice model called Project ECHO, and this stands for Extension for Community Healthcare Outcomes. In case you're not familiar with Project ECHO, the program was launched in 2003. It was a healthcare initiative before expanding into these other domains. It grew out of a doctor's vision to serve as many patients with hepatitis C as possible. So he created it. It's free. It's a free educational model, and he mentored a community of providers across New Mexico in how to treat the condition and making sure that those serving rural and underserved areas learned about the approach. So Project ECHO is now used widely and around the world. And actually, the University of Kansas Medical Center is the Project ECHO hub for Kansas. So using the Project ECHO model, the subgroup has developed a concept plan. So what we thought is, first we'll have a kickoff meeting, and this would provide a background on e-cigarettes and vaping, possibly have a national speaker and a panel session. And really the main point of this meeting would be to think about the importance of addressing e-cigarettes and vaping in schools, which we all know, determine what's known and not known about youth cessation, establish awareness about youth cessation resources, learning about how to connect, what connecting to cessation resources looks like right now. So before we're diving into the Project ECHO, what does the current situation look like and any challenges observed? And then also identify what types of programs youth are looking for. So we may invite youth as well to that. And then the Project ECHO series would begin shortly after, and it would include 5-week intensives. So every week the same group of participants would meet to have a didactic portion, and then they would meet monthly to really do like case reviews. And cases in the situation could be either school-based or maybe a group of students-based, or it could be policy-based. So because we're moving into different domains, it can work in different ways. So there would be a pre-test that would be conducted among the participants to understand their current knowledge, and then there'd be a set of outcome measures that would be collected to understand the impact of the implementation and determine if additional telementoring is required. So what does this 5-week intensive or didactic portion include? We would start out with having the first ECHO on resources and connecting to resources. So this is teaching that ask, advise, connect approach, what resources are available in the state, and how to build awareness. Then we would move on to an ECHO about legal rights. So participants would learn about the legal ramifications, if any, of connecting youth to a cessation program, how to navigate parental notification and address legal rights of school staff and who they can and should communicate with. That would lead us to the 3rd week, which would focus on communication strategies. And here participants would dive into how to communicate, so best practices, and they would understand what school policies could be effective. So educators, superintendents, school principals could think about that, and possibly touch on peer-to-peer connection to services. The following week, so the 4th ECHO, would then circle back to treatment resistance. So now you would, the participants would learn about tools and techniques to deal with resistance, think about stigma, increase self-efficacy, and also understand the role of pharmacotherapy. And the group also thought a 5th topic on vaping and athletics or extracurricular activities would be important. So this would provide best practices for discipline and possibly describe legal responsibilities for staff reporting. So the series would be available for professionals serving Kansas school districts, and this would include but not be limited to school nurses, counselors, social workers, athletic trainers, health teachers, coaches, family and consumer science teachers. Participants would receive continuing education credits for their participation and would become a member of a learning collaborative to hopefully encourage more cross collaboration among school districts. So this project is in its conceptual stage and will move to the planning phase soon. The timeline is tentatively set to hold a kickoff meeting in August of 2021 and then launch the series in September of 2021. And I'd also like to note that there are parallel efforts for peer-to-peer mentoring, and this is done through the RESIST program. And also the Health Occupation Student Association, also known as HOSA, is looking into it as well. So that's all I have. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Hina, before we open up questions, can you just explain, initially we were thinking of having the kickoff in December and then starting this process in the spring. So could you explain the feedback we received and why it has been pushed back basically 6 months?
Yes, it's kind of two factors. So one is building this didactic program and having the training modules developed. AHEC, the Area Health Education Center at KU, would like to think of different teaching strategies and put together pre-videos that could be done in advance of the echoes. And so really leveraging new technology as much as possible to do a lot of home study and get the most you can out of the Project Echo 5-week intensive course afterwards. The second reason for it is the surging cases of COVID and how school staff feel right now. To have this be put on in April or May may be a little daunting at this point. And so we thought pushing it to the 2021 school year would allow more participation.
Thank you, Hina.
Okay, board members, got some good information there. Do we have questions? First, Ann Ma.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I've been worried about cessation since this came out, and it looks like ECHO's a long way off, and it's mostly training, and I'm not sure when kids actually are helped with that, but it's a plan. But these things look like, are these actually available now?
Yes.
And all the schools know about it? And
Resist has been sharing this information. The American Lung Association has been sharing it. We have shared this. So the information is out there. Whether all schools have recognized that it's out there, to me, that's on us to continue to highlight that these are the resources they need to turn to for cessation.
so maybe back up, do we have any idea how many kids in Kansas are addicted that we need to be helping?
Hina, do you have any data on addiction level?
So we know how many are vaping. I don't think we know the addiction level. So Mark had presented data from the YRBS, the Youth Risk Behavior Surveillance Survey last year, and it was about 22.3%, I want to say, of Kansas students were currently vaping in the last 30 days. But I don't know how addicted they are.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I would agree with what Hina said. The rate of addiction, I think, is relatively high among that 22% that are current users. Just in simply looking at the change between 2017 and 2019 in terms of the percentage that we're using it daily or we're using it monthly.
So we're easily talking about tens of thousands of kids.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So let's say somebody identified a kid who needed help, or the kid self-identified. How would you get them connected to My Life, My Quit, and who is it that's going to be working with them?
The My Life, My Quit, my understanding is that all of these are online, basically telehealth resources. Some of them develop into, well, like the American Lung Association, they have 10 weekly 50-minute sessions. So ideally, what we would do is we would get this in the hands of the school nurse, the counselor, somebody at the school level who would work as the conduit to connect that student with this resource and then follow up with that student to see if it's beneficial, to see what kind of, or if something else needs to be tried.
So I'm sorry, just one more question. Do we have any data on any of these programs as to how effective they are?
They are extremely new.
Okay.
So these represent best practices, but they haven't been, unless Hina has information I don't have, I don't believe they've been around long enough to really indicate what the effectiveness level might be.
So we don't really have a recommendation to the schools about, well, if you had a kid in trouble, I'd send them to
No.
not, or I'd send them to My Life.
No, what we would do is basically we provide these three and say these are great starting points.
Would we be better off to develop our own?
We would probably be talking years.
Really? Okay.
But nothing's off the table.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Janet Wall?
Great questions, Ann.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think you've answered my question, but the main question I had, and then I wanted to make a comment. The main question I had was, do you have, I guess you don't have data on what's happened recently. I was curious as to whether this virus has maybe slowed it down a little bit, because I think they may have problems if they're home.
Well,
you know?
honestly, and I don't have any data to back this up. This is just my observations of human behavior, and I think at the beginning of the pandemic, we probably saw a decrease in use, because in essence, the supply chain would be interrupted. The kids that would be getting their products at school would no longer have their supplier at school, and the kids that were getting them online, that may have been disrupted. I think the longer that it has gone on and the more students have been in isolation and at home, I think that there's a likelihood that it has increased substantially.
Increased rather than decreased.
I think so. Hina, your thoughts?
I don't have any data, but there are apps available to for kids to go online and order disposable cigarettes, e-cigarettes fairly easily. And so while we have no data, we know the sources are available.
I hadn't thought about that.
And new products that fit in the loopholes that were created with the federal act that came out last December. There are numerous products that they have access to that the federal act does not cover.
Okay, then another question, I guess, or comment. This is for the board. Would we be interested in possibly looking at, well, let me back up. Prior to COVID, to the outbreak, I visited with the mayor, CEO of the Unified Government in Wyandotte County, and talked with him about this because I was very concerned. This is a big concern of mine, and needless to say, it's used extensively in my area. And he was very interested because my suggestion was, I thought, if we could get a local law, start there, to ban the sale of these devices to anyone under 21. You know, that would at least be a start, you know? And he was very interested in that. And he wanted to go further and make it kind of a metropolitan area for the whole metropolitan Kansas City area, including Kansas City, Missouri. But COVID hit. You know, it didn't happen. So I guess my question is, I'm wondering if the board would want to look at possibly recommending legislation on that. So that's something I'm very interested in. So,
well, one of the things that we can do is we can see if Sarah Prem from the American Lung Association would be interested in presenting to the state board on where they stand on proposed legislation for the spring, and her thoughts on that.
I think that'd be a good idea, and also I know we're going to be talking about a legislative agenda items. I have a feeling that will be coming up for us too. So I think anytime we can kind of put our efforts together is a good thing.
Mark, if it's helpful, there are several communities in Kansas that already have Tobacco 21 in place, and the unified government does have that.
Where do they stand on the banning of flavored e-juices?
They don't have the flavored disposable products yet.
Yeah. And as Hina mentioned, there are a number of communities that have implemented Tobacco 21, and that was one of the big challenges for the spring, was that the Tobacco 21 legislation that was being proposed by many, from many health advocate perspectives, they could not, such as the American Lung Association, ended up being in a position where they couldn't support it because of so many loopholes or so many factors that would leave things out, like the banning of flavors or the banning of menthol, that they felt were essential.
I would like to clarify one thing, actually. Their ordinances do say tobacco products or commercial tobacco products, so I think it would be up to the interpretation to see if those disposable products would fall into that. So we would have to look into it.
It might be interesting to see if it's something that we're going to be discussing, but might be interesting to see some of those other coalitions. It'd be, might make sense to have very much of a joint effort in moving forward with this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, seeing no more questions, thank you very much for your update. Thanks for the information, and we look forward to these getting out to schools and providing some resources to schools.
Okay.
And because a lot of kids are in session, some aren't, but that still doesn't mean we know they're still vaping.
Yeah.
So thank you. And Raymond,
Thank you.
thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Hina.
Okay, next agenda.
Thank you, Hina.
Thank you. Next agenda item, and in your agenda, this will start on page 149, board members. We did ask the commissioner last time to bring some information to us regarding some possible recommendations to increase the flexibility of school operations during pandemic. So he did provide a rather extensive document that's in our attachments, and so you'll be able to see that, and then he's going to present some information. We've got a good amount of time to visit about this today, so we should be able to.
You're quick.
We should be able to provide good opportunity for some discussion. So if you have questions, just put your name in the hand waving, and we'll get that to Randy. Thank you.
So you've had the opportunity this afternoon to hear from two of the outstanding math science teachers. I don't hold a candle to them but if the PE people were here, you'd be standing up, we'd be getting a little exercise, because something about the afternoon is even worse than the morning in terms of the brain activity. We're not going to do that, but what I do need you to do is engage today on a really great conversation and discussion about what you want me and the staff to bring back to you for consideration in December. I'm going to go over with you a lot of kind of detailed things, and I've got a lot of staff here that can answer questions when we go into details even beyond me. But some of this data can be interpreted various ways, and I want to make sure that you understand what your options are and what the limitations to those options are as we go forward. So I'm not sure here. There we go. Interesting, I'll come back to the open forum today, and you heard people, let's get back in school. I think just during this meeting, I've received somewhere in the neighborhood of 15 texts from various places in Kansas. And I would tell you that's 50-50. Don't you care about our safety to bring our kids back in school? And that's not atypical. Many of them quote this vision statement to support whatever position that they're in. I will tell you this, we are all trying to do our best. And as Mark said, we don't have much good data yet on vaping during a pandemic. Well, we're all trying to look at data. I meet with our medical people every Tuesday and Thursday with Craig, and they're looking at Kansas data, but it's slow, right, in coming in to really make good efforts. But this is what we're trying to do, even during a pandemic, and it's how do we accomplish that to the best of our ability. So first of all, I just want to review with you, and Scott is here if you have questions about the law. Schools must go to school in Kansas either 180 days or 1,116 hours. Right now, there are no schools that use the 180 days. Every school district right now, they could change that next year, uses the 1,116 hours. Now, what you may not, this is not a new law, what you may not know is obviously that law was adjusted for kindergarten when it was half days, and that's no longer the case. Seniors don't have to attend 1,116 hours. And if you've had a senior, you know they tend to get out about a week before everyone else. What happens some years is they really get close on the 1086 hours, and then something happens and those seniors have to come back, and you probably get emails or phone calls about that. But that is true. So schools must be in attendance 1,116 hours. What is not defined is attending. You have defined in navigating change, attending could be remote if some assurances were adhered to. Originally, that was a remote log, and you changed that to assurances. Now, I know you got a lot of complaints about the remote logs, because I did too, and you've had some complaints, I don't think as many, about the assurances. People, why do I have to assure this? Well, it's in order to meet the requirements of 1116, and that's just how we fund schools going forward. Second piece of legislation, you may waive the requirements of that law during emergency of a pandemic, emergency status, or in case of a natural disaster, you can waive the hours related to that. Last year, you considered that, but the legislature basically did that by some legislation, and when the governor ordered schools to be shut down. So you can waive that. A lot of you have been probably asked by people, because I have, could we just count the professional development as full today instead of half day so that we could gain some time back? And you'll see that when we go through the data, a lot of school districts front-loaded all their PD, and we encouraged them to do that and continue in navigating change. You cannot, the statute says you're going to count that time as half-time. So you cannot change that to full-time. It would be illegal to do that. I'll always look to Scott, but you can't change that language. It's in statute. By the way, nothing new about that statute. So I'm going to pause just to see if you have any questions related to your authority. Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
We bypassed the chair on that. I'm sorry, Michelle.
But they can, like, for instance, Blue Valley, we aren't having snow days going forward. So because we feel like every single kid has a Chromebook, every single kid has a MacBook, they are ready to go. So they can count those days as learning days. Because
yes.
They are going to be giving those kids assignments and,
yes.
or quizzes or whatever. Will probably projects more so than assignments. But so that's something, that was my next question, is we can do that though. They can, because I noticed we're not going to have very much time at Christmas time. They're having a shorter winter break. Is going to be very short, and then we're going to, if you have snow days or whatever, we will be able to count those days. Correct?
That is correct. So Michelle's question about can you count what would be a snow day as a remote day? The answer is yes, if you follow the same criteria of what you're doing if you're in a remote environment. Now you'll hear from some school districts, oh my gosh, that's tradition. Snow day is a snow day, we're taking it off. That's fine too. That's fine too, and you just build in time for snow days. Of course, if you get too many of those, so either one's fine going forward.
Other questions? Ann Mall?
Thank you, but they do have to provide lunch somehow to count that as a day.
Right now, the answer is yes, but there's a but in here.
Okay.
Cheryl Johnson's been working with the federal government, and there may be where that's not going to happen going forward, but stay tuned on that, Ann. And in the next 48 hours, we may have a different interpretation from the federal
But if it
government.
happened tomorrow, they'd have to provide lunch to count it as a school day.
Depends on how quick the guidance comes out. I think what the guidance may say in the future, is if the weather is so bad, you just simply can't bring workers in to get the food out, you may not have to serve. That I don't think is finalized yet, but I know Cheryl's working on it. And in fact, I think right now she's on a Zoom call to finalize that.
So we're hoping for some relief on that. Because the Greenbush superintendents, I asked them for.
Ann, would you bring your mic over a little bit, if
There,
you would?
we'll just do
Thank
this. And I'll try not to breathe on Ben over there. I asked Bart to ask the Greenbush supers for some ideas, and one they came up with was count early release time that districts have implemented as full student contact instead of half. Is that
Cannot do that.
is that a federal thing as well?
Well, no, that's in Kansas statute right here.
The same one?
You cannot count, you can count that as halftime by statute.
Okay.
I think 1976, I'm trying to act as if Dale were here to quote that, but I think that that's correct. I'm looking back to, those guys go, somewhere in that area, yeah.
They were talking about, could they get a couple of statewide mental health days for schools? Who would have the authority to do that?
Well, I'll talk about that a little bit later.
Okay.
There's some, depending on how you structure it, that could be you.
Okay.
Could be. You're going to have to structure it in such a way to waive so many hours of the 1116. It's the way you'd have to go about it.
Okay, so Randy, you've got a lot more to go over.
A lot, yeah. This is just on the law part of it.
This is.
Okay.
So if you've got any more questions on the law part, the 1116, I mean,
You
that's
can
kind of a
waive the
big issue.
1116 in a time of emergency, which you are currently under, or a disaster like a tornado or a flood. Those are the, when you can, doesn't say you will, but you can do that. You cannot waive the PD time to count it as full time, which is what Ann's asking. Okay.
Very good.
So
Thank
let's
you.
take a look then of what has been done. This is in your agenda. I'm going to go through it really quick. You can look at it in detail. Let's talk about state assessments. Do you get asked about that a lot? Well, who knows? Because state assessments, the summative state assessment, summative meaning the one we give at the end of the year, cannot be given right now from the federal requirements virtually. Cannot. Could that be changed? Yes. We'll have a different president, so maybe. But I will just tell you, and I haven't looked at this recently, but 3 or 4 weeks ago, the top 20, the largest 20 school districts, for example, Los Angeles School District, as you know, is bigger than the entire state of Kansas, has more students. So if LA, Chicago, New York, Miami-Dade, Seattle, I'm going, are not in school, there'll be tremendous pressure to do something with state assessments. Kansas will be a small player in that. But we'll come back. You ought to have a discussion about that when we turn the new year. You know, what are you hearing? What do you want to do? Almost like a legislative position. The interim assessments, all right, these are the ones that can be taken up to 3 to 4 times a year, which show growth, and they're free. These can be taken remotely. We encourage districts to use this because it will show you what's occurred to learning during the pandemic, how much slide there's been. Now, lots of districts, Michelle, you'll know this in your area, they may be giving map assessments or a third-party assessment. But our assessment, no charge, they can give that even remotely. And they can contact Beth with how to do that. And we have delayed for 1 year the one state assessment that is not federally required: history, government, social studies. It's a state requirement, but the timeline of how we do it is up to us, and we've just delayed that because it is an in-person, like you're doing a social studies class. By the way, some great civic engagement for those students that came today for open forum, right? That's exactly what we'd like to see. Carl Perkins, just going to, mainly some deadlines of reporting. I'm not going to go over, you can see the details of that in your packet, but there are some deadlines that have been extended. That's a federal, the feds have extended those deadlines. So if you get questions about Perkins, Stacy Smith would be the person, but you can do that. There's a lot in there about early childhood. I'm just going to hit a couple of those, which Amanda discussed this morning, that the competitive grants for this year were renewed based upon last year because because of when they had to get those in, and we extended the deadline to apply for the preschool pilot grants for early childhood. Okay, KISA, you know what you've done there. You extended the visit timelines. You allowed for virtual visits. You do not have to have an OVT visit if you missed it last year, and you can voluntarily pause your KISA per the state board action for this year. Last time I talked to Michelle, about 2/3 of the districts are going to hit pause, and about 1/3 are going to continue to go on as they would. Finally, a couple other items. The Kansas Volunteer Commission provided a match waiver for 19 and 20 to help them out, and additional grant funds for volunteer generation funds sub-grantees. So there's some additional money that flowed to them. Again, this is all in your packet in more detail. Redesign, short answer, we adjusted all expectations from Mercury on, how we approach it, how we visit, etc. And then the one you're going to get a ton of questions from practitioners in the field. What do we do with special ed? Well, long answer, very little, because that's a federal statute that was not changed. They've offered some timeline extensions that is in your packet. They're very detailed by Title I, Title II, and you can see, but I will just tell you in general, they're minor. I'll tell you what did not happen. Students write with an IEP did not get waived. Schools must still meet a student's IEP. They can call Bert and that team to assist with that. Okay, so let's talk about what's already occurred. On average, 62% of all professional development days took place before September 15th. You encourage people to front load, bring teachers in, and indeed, most of the professional development days were done that way. 26 school districts used all of their days before the start of school, or before September 15th. 60 school districts used 80% or more of their professional days before September 15th. Now, I'm taking you through the data because it may have an effect on what you want to do or not do for the rest of the school year. So when you look at that, you see that a lot of days were used at the start of the school year. And in some cases, all of them were used. Questions about that specific, because I'm going to give you a lot of data, and I don't want you to wait till the end. If you have questions about this particular thing, about when did they use their staff development days? Okay.
Thank you. When we say 26 and 60, that's not very many districts, but are those the bigger districts? What percent of the kids does that represent?
Now I'm going to look back at Laurel and Craig, because Craig and Laurel said we don't know.
Do we know, is that like most of the students or population? Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, what's being planned for the rest of the school year? 87% of districts are taking 3 days for Thanksgiving. Now, so what's that mean? Well, 13% are taking longer or shorter than 3 days, but 87% are taking 3 days for Thanksgiving. 87%, interesting enough, are taking 8 to 10 days for the Christmas holiday break. This is important because you'll hear from the outlier districts, right? That someone's got 17 days, or someone, oh, we're only going to take 6 days. Yes, but 87% of districts are taking 8 to 10 days. 40% are taking Martin Luther King as a holiday, meaning they're taking it off. And 35%, an additional 35%, have it as a PD day. So if you combine that, 75% of the districts will not have students on Martin Luther King Day. I give you all that because if you're thinking about giving relief, as Ann mentioned the Mental Health Day, these are days where school's not in session to some extent. 58% are taking President's Day as a holiday. That's higher than I thought. 87% will have at least 5 days for spring break. So, and the final, 84% will have 1 or 2 days off at Easter, either the Friday or Monday or both. That's what they're planning to do outside of a snow day, right? Outside of anything else. That is, their calendar's built on this right now. By the way, we'll give you all of this data even in its raw form so you can break it out by school district and see this. Now, this data, I believe, Craig and Laurel, does represent the largest school districts in it. This data, Jim, does represent where most of the kids are. The other data was everyone, but this, we know for sure, is the largest 23 school districts. The President's Day surprised me because we never took it in my district. It just went to school, so. And I can tell you that tomorrow and Veterans Day and Martin Luther King are 2 of the holidays that our staff is heavily requested to go out and do staff development, even though they're national holidays. That's the data. I don't expect you to read it. You'll get that report. Next steps then. Possible next steps. I'm going to give you a couple. You may come up with 5, 6, 38 different ones, okay? But might recommend charging me, and I would work with staff to bring you back an option to take limited hours for districts during the winter months. For example, I'm just going to give you an example. We might bring back to you that school districts could take up to 20 hours in the months of December, January, February, March to use for PD days in lieu of a student contact day. Does that make sense? That kind of gets Ann at your question. But a limited response, not a waiver of the 1,116 hours. Some limited response. And I think we ought to monitor this until about March. There's so much over this winter that we just don't know how much school is going to be missed. We have no idea about weather. We have no idea who's going to take a snow day, who's not. I believe, personally, just me speaking to you, it would be irresponsible to waive the 1,116 hours before we get toward the end of the year and not know what the effect will be. I just think, I know that we're running this balance. You're hearing from staff that we're exhausted, right? You're hearing that from mental health and physical health people too, for hospitals. At the same time, we're trying to engage students in learning. We do have one district right now that I'm aware of out in Jean's area that is currently not in school, and they are not going to be in school for 2 weeks because of the viral load in that community. They are making up the time. They've decided not to go remote and to make up the time. So we've got a lot of staff here that would be happy to answer questions, and I would be happy to also. Hopefully that helps you. I can go back to any of the slides, know what your options are, and what the current data says in terms of what school districts will have off for the rest of the year, outside of a boiler breaking down or a snow day.
Randy, I have a question that doesn't have to do with time, but maybe it fits in with KISA. I know there is a statute, or there are some statutory requirements involved in evaluation. Who's evaluated, when they're evaluated, that type of thing. So, and some folks feel like this is a difficult time to do evaluation, but we are required. So could you go over some of those requirements? And the other thing I want to have a conversation about is most folks, that's within their negotiated agreement also. So maybe they could take a look at that negotiated agreement and figure out a way to, within the statute, but still provide some relief as far as evaluations are concerned. But they'd have to work, I'm sure they have to work within their negotiated agreement. I don't know. So just ideas or thoughts on that.
So, and Scott will correct me, shoot me in the leg, something, right, if I say something wrong. Nothing in statute was waived or altered around the evaluation of teachers. So the timelines are still there. How a teacher is evaluated is primarily a local decision within those timeframes. And the device used, how many observations make up an evaluation, etc. Those could be altered with a joint agreement with the local board and their local association. I'm not saying they want to do that, but they could discuss that and do that. But the law itself, to say, do we have to do evaluations this year? Yes. How you go about that could be a local decision.
Well, and I have had that question. That's why I wanted to ask. I said, well, why don't you guys just waive evaluations? Well, we can't.
You have no authority to do that, Madam Chair.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Other questions about Randy's, particularly next steps? Ann Ma?
Thank you. I'm wondering if our legislative agenda should include going through the statutes and seeing if some of these things should be moved out of statute, because they're just too hard they're just not flexible, and how'd they get in statute anyway? I mean, we probably know that, but is it a time to have a discussion about some of these things should be just moved to us permanently? And the other thing was, one of the superintendents recommended, could they allow teachers to take 1 or 2 days of leave during the school year and not count it against leave time? But that's, again, a negotiated thing, right? I mean, they could do that anyway.
Yes.
But a statewide mental health leave is kind of what you're talking about. Do we give them maybe some hours they could use?
Right.
Okay.
That would be an option that you could exercise.
This thing, though, about the PD days not counting, is that something that do you think should be on our list of legislative changes?
It's operated since the mid-'70s pretty well. I think you have the authority to waive the 1116, so I think you can get at what you want to do without altering the PD language, my opinion.
Okay, thank you.
Janet Waugh?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have two things I'd like to bring up. The first thing is, I'm confident each of you are receiving the same thing. I'm getting lots and lots of discussion, concern from teachers who are simply overwhelmed. It's just hard. Everything, they keep take something off my plate. Take it off my plate, So I guess before I was going to preface what I said, and I should have said this first, I would like to say that I am so proud of our administration and our school boards. they are working under unbelievable odds, and they're making decisions that they are not making anyone happy. Or they're making half of them happy and half of them don't like them. You know, I mean, no matter what they decide. So I think I'm just very proud of what they're doing. And frankly, I'm thankful I'm not serving on a local board right now. So I'm not criticizing the local districts at all. But the teachers are telling me this. And I've talked to them at length about it, the teachers I've visited with. And from everything I can find out from their responses, these are nothing we're doing. These are all local. Like, for instance, they're changing all the time. They're adding stuff and just all kinds of things are going on. They get one thing going and then they change it. And teachers, like I say, are overwhelmed. So my thought is, I think we need to encourage our local districts, and maybe they've done this, and if they haven't, I would like to encourage it, that they meet with their teachers and see if they can kind of work out something to help them. Maybe there's something they can do. I don't know. But that's one thing I would like to suggest, you know, because to my knowledge, there's nothing we can do, but maybe we can. I mean, maybe we need to research it also.
I think Craig may agree or disagree. I think most Thursdays, not all, but at least most, when I Zoom with superintendents, I encourage them to go back to navigating change. There is some great information that can still assist them if they bring people together. The districts that have brought people together tend to be doing pretty well. They really do tend to, I mean, it's still a challenge, Janet, but they tend to be doing pretty well. It's not too late to change, pivot. A lot of teachers on the front part of that navigating change, which has been ignored more than the operational side, gave tons of flexibility by collapsing standards into competencies, grade banding them, putting them with 2 teachers in case one had to quarantine. All that was done and released on July 10th is to give multiple options to local districts to reconfigure how they had to do things. And today, I will tell you, we're shutting schools down to go remote because there's not enough staff. Those are ways we could still take a look, because November, December, January, February, in my opinion, based upon what Craig and I hear every Tuesday and Thursday, are going to be our worst days. I think you heard Dr. Stites, the medical director of the University of Kansas Medical System, say that exact thing. So Janet, encourage districts to go back to navigating change. You've given them a lot of options.
Okay.
We're using about this much of it. Now, I'm not, but there's this much now. They're overwhelmed. Mm-hmm. I would be remiss if I didn't say, as I say every time I'm in front of you recently, my daughter is going to have a child. Our first next week, we hope. And she is high anxiety. She's a perfectionist. And they're changing all the time because the viral load. So they try to bring kids back to school and then they have to go hybrid. She doesn't like the change. It's hard, right? They've got to adapt everything. So I understand that. You've got to set up systems. Here's what we're going to know. Quarantines and viral load, just like they're happening in our agency right now, are going to take people out. And when they take them out, we've got to have responses to still be able to educate people, unless we really, really get bad. There's ways to do that in navigating change that, not me, that hundreds of teachers laid out for the rest of the teachers and said, here's some possibilities. So, Janet, I would just encourage people to re-look at that again and see if there's anything in there that they could use. Okay. We've got lesson plans. We've got things that they can do. One of the snow days, I've mentioned this, we had a superintendent, Janet and I were together. We had a superintendent, on snow day, we're taking snow day off. We have a hill, we go sledding, it's a big deal. There's not any reason to have 45 minutes of PE on that hill, right? right? You can do it. You could have them, you could even do a little science project where they're monitoring their heart rates, and you could have a really good time. That's thinking differently, though, but we're all going to have to do that. Because when you leave here today, there will be schools in a different model than when you started the meeting this morning. I will guarantee you that. Some will have come back, some will have had to go remote. So, long answer, but Navigating Change is a remarkable document by almost 1,000 Kansans. And I continue to encourage people to look at it.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. My second thought is, I've been thinking about this a lot, is our families, the parents, the guardians, whomever. They're all so frustrated. They're trying the best they can. And I remembered that back last spring, we had these Zooms for families to help them help their students. And I'm wondering if that's something we need to revisit to help our families, to give them some more guidance. I thought that went quite well back then, and I just thought maybe something we need to consider repeating.
Thank you. We can talk to Jane, and I don't know, I'm going to again look at Craig. Do you know if we've done anything on that, Craig? Yeah. Thank you, Janet.
I just thought that could help, a little bit, will help our families a little.
It was good. I sat in on a couple of those down in my area, and it was a good event. Might even be better attended now than it was then. Yeah. Okay. Other questions for Randy? I'm looking at Jean. Okay. Do you have something you'd like to share, Jean?
Just based on what Janet had said, we also had public television get involved and had some shows that our Teachers of the Year did and some other folks. That might be if they were able to do it, that might be a way to also reach parents. So as opposed to the Zooms that may be a little more limited, maybe there would be some way to use that to try to reach families as well.
Thank you, Jean. Okay, Steve Roberts?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Randy, did you say you thought it would be irresponsible to waive the 1116 at this time?
Yes.
Well, I want to disagree a bit, because I think waiting is the irresponsible thing. I think what we tend to do is we wait until we're forced to act, and then we act. Like the planning for this viral school year, the 2021 school year, we had several months to do it, and then we got to August and it was all at once. So I want to float this idea. I'm not ready to make a motion. I don't think it would get a second, actually. But I like the number of 900 hours, and I like the number of 144 days, because they're both about 80%. Might there be a way where this board could craft a reduction in the hours or days to about 80%, which would be, say, 900, nice round number for the hours, or 144 for the days, that a district could decide to do it if they were in person, if they went back to normal. If they went back to normal attendance with the extra stress levels that come with COVID, because it's a real deal, might that be something that we could float? That, okay, just for this year, just for this school year, 900 hours or 144 days if you go back to traditional in-person.
I know you could waive you could get to 80% of the days. I'd have to probably have some legal consultation about whether you would have the authority to dictate the mode when 105 counties, county health can dictate whether schools are in session or not. So I think I would need some legal guidance on that. But you certainly could waive any amount of the 1,116 hours.
Randy, question with the 1,116 hours. And I agree with you about not doing something about that yet. because we're not even halfway through the school year. So we haven't even gotten, we might be to what, 500 hours right now?
No one has missed the 1,116-hour mark yet.
No, and they're not going to for quite a
Unless you're
period
going
of
to waive
time.
it entirely, which I think could have unintended consequences.
Yeah.
You want to make sure that you, I think, have a measured response and then watch it so that you don't end up where the majority of school districts can't meet it. But you don't know that at this point. I think one of the presenters today said this, and I've said this over and over and over. One of the people in the open forum, we have to act as if this is going to be with us for the rest of this school year. And I think for a long time we've acted as if we just get through some point, it's going to be better. And there will be better at some point when the vaccine becomes plentiful and people have taken the 2 doses of vaccine that, at least is the Pfizer vaccine, that looks very promising. But that, we're a long ways from that. I mean, not a long ways from maybe it being available, but available to us, because that's going to go to first responders and nursing homes, and it'll be laid out in a very succinct way. And so if you think about this, I mean, how many times do people say, well, when we get to August, it's going to be okay. If we can just get to Labor Day, it'll be okay. I hear that still. Should we take a week or so off and get to Thanksgiving? Again, the people that advise Craig and I say, you know, the worst thing is going to be Thanksgiving. Most viral spreads happening in families. And where people go at Thanksgiving? To see families. So they think it's going to be more viral. So I think we want to think about this for the long term. I'm not saying, Steve, not to waive the 1116 to some. I just don't know if you have enough information at this point to make a good decision on that. While you're thinking, I'm just going to make sure that Scott and Laurel and Craig, whoever else is behind that I can't see, if they have anything that I'm missing.
Well, I guess I would suggest, and I don't know what the board thinks, but that we take a look at those 2 recommendations or next steps that are right up there on that slide. I mean, recommend that the commissioner take a look at bringing back an option of if there would be a way for us to figure out some limited hours for districts to take during the winter months. So you define a length of time and then continue to monitor through March and revisit the topic at a later point. I guess I feel like that's, to me, that makes the most sense.
You know, oftentimes, when you look at research, you talk about what does the literature say? What does the literature say about winter? Depression goes up. As we have less sunlight, it gets colder, right? Flu and cold season create strains on hospitals. Okay, if the literature is correct for this winter, which we don't know yet, those are going to be coupled on top of a pandemic. That's why you may want to look at, is there some calculated relief you want to try to give during that time, balancing the need to have students educated, right? That's the balance that we're all trying to do, and that comes down to what you want to do. We'll bring you whatever you want to look at.
And Ma, do you have a comment?
Yeah, just to throw in the mix to kind of play off what Steve was talking about. I mean, if we could reduce the number of hours, with the idea being that they take those days, I'm not sure if I'm going to say this right. Let's say that we reduce school by 30 days, okay? You brought it down to 150. But they use those days, rather than going A, B, and being gone half a day and nobody works the other half a day anyway, is what we're kind of finding out, that they use those days to get kids into school full-time, but not all the time. Does that make sense? Like you're there all week, maybe for 2 weeks, and then you get, 30 days off. It's just something to throw in the mix.
Here's something else to think about. Now, if you don't waive the 1116, what would be bad about extending the school year into the summer? to recapture the time at a time when we may have better vaccine. That's why I say we're a
Yeah.
little early in making that
Yeah, we
decision.
are.
But we're going to see students who have lost a lot of academic and social emotional learning during this time.
But they could do that anyway, right? They just
Yes.
have to negotiate it.
No, yes, they could do that. But I'm
Yeah.
saying, as you balance we need to give some help
Right.
with learning, that's an option you may want to consider too. Not saying it's the right one.
Board, would you like to proceed with those next steps that are up there? I don't know that we need a motion, but something, at least a consensus, that we'd like to see something come back in December to give us some more specifics, would be.
I like the
Emma?
December, but I don't want to wait till March for the rest of it.
No,
Could we talk
December.
about that? And, no, I mean, the first one said December, the second one said March. I don't want to wait till
The
March.
March one was kind of a different topic, but it was as far as actually waiving the.
So we're just talking about the first item that he had?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we have to decide for sure on the second one, but that could come back to us at that point also. Ben?
Kind of with thinking about it, I'm kind of confused as well now. I wasn't until the last 5 minutes.
Okay.
So what are you proposing in December to bring back to us?
A limited response for your consideration to give some relief during the winter months.
And it would be
on time.
relief as to the 11-16.
That's correct. A limited response, and we would continue to monitor month by month
Okay.
on a broader response to the 11-16. I think there are many factors you'll want to take into consideration over the next several months.
I mean, I don't know that I'm ready to move on anything in that direction in December, until we really kind of see how it rolls out through the actual winter months, when we actually hit those winter months. And this is just me expressing my opinion on here. I'm in agreement that waiving the 11-16 is not the right move to make right at this point in time. I think it needs to be more somewhat reactionary versus out ahead, not June reactionary, but that March timeframe, I'm well in agreement with that, and kind of similar to what we did last year, to where it was like, okay, this is the situation, this is what we have to roll out. So we have some statute and some obligations to parents and families and providing educational services through that time. So those are my thoughts, and thanks for the clarification.
Jim McNeese?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Randy, for you and for the department, you guys have worked very hard and very smart in leading us and the state through what we've done so far. And you brought us a lot of good things to think about concisely, and provided us an opportunity to look at the plan. And here we are, it's November. Next month is December. We're having kind of a conversation here amongst 10 of us. And we're kind of, I wouldn't say far off from agreeing with each other. We're coming up with ideas. But I would just remind everyone that in January, a whole group of several hundred people come back, we're all going to have a plan. We better have a plan and have a coalition that will lead the state in a whole better sight, because I really like what you said. Everybody's always hoping it's going to go away next week. God, I just hope this thing will go away. Well, it ain't going away. In fact, regardless of who's at the top of the country and leading, we're gonna have a lot of challenges. And I think we're just scratching the surface of those challenges right now. This is going to be a tough year. And we need to keep focused, what we say here, on the students and on the teachers and on their communities. Because I'm just really leery of And not that the legislature will not come back with good ideas, but there'll be a lot of them. So we better have our stuff, we better have a plan together when they come back that we can bring to them and say, here, we're leading as well as we have and better into the future. No suggestions on this, just let's do it.
Thank you, Jim. Dina Horst?
Thank you. Jim just touched on what I've been waving my hand because I didn't think I could. I thought mine would come up, Jim, and then I noticed he could do his own. So anyway, thought my name wouldn't come up correctly. But my concern is exactly what the legislature will think. They gave us this permission. We have to make sure that the students are benefiting from education because that's what their focus is going to be, is whether kids have met the standards they expect kids to, all students to meet. And cutting out time, they already know doesn't necessarily work because we did that last semester. And I think they're going to be pretty leery about cutting time in cutting hours for everybody. So I think we're going to have to, when we do that, I think we've got to be very specific about what else we expect from that students will be learning and not allow it to be just we're giving you extra time because of, we're taking off extra time because of the pandemic itself. So we're in kind of a space where the walls are kind of set, and I know from all of my emails, and I do a lot of subbing, and I talk to teachers, and I know the frustrations they're feeling. So it's not out of disregard for any of that. But I think we've got parents that are very concerned about what their children are learning or not learning. And all of that needs to be taken into consideration when we're making the decision. And it's not easy. It's not something we can do in a flip, snap our fingers. So I'd like to see your, I know I can go to the website and probably pull it up, but I guess I'd like to see it emailed so I can pull it up a little more easily and maybe even share it if someone asks me. Thank you.
And I'd like to be clear, we didn't waive the hours last spring. The State Board did not take that action. That was not action that we took. Now, I do think we need to be conscious and focused. Yeah, plan's good, so but we did not waive those hours. Janet Wall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Randy, I'm just asking for clarification. Next month, you are going to just make suggestions, not only on hours, but you weren't asking us to lower the hours. That's my understanding. You're just possibly looking at 20 per month or something for a couple of the cold months. That didn't mean we'd get rid of any of the 1,116. That's the way I understood it.
think if
Maybe I
you-
misunderstood.
If you want me, I would bring to you, working with staff, bring to you some limited responses to try to meet the need of what you're hearing about staff burning out.
Right.
And since a lot of PD days were front-loaded, those typical times that you would have are more limited. So maybe a limited response of the 1116 in order to try to capture some of that while still maximizing learning. So I don't have it fully fleshed out yet, Janet, but it would be somewhat of a limited response versus just saying, we're going to waive the 1116 for
No,
this
you're-
year.
right.
Every district can decide how many
And
hours
then
they
I
go.
thought you were possibly going to even have some other recommendations. Is that correct? Or-
Over the, well, I
Other than
mean,
just
we would
ours.
continue to monitor then the situation as it relates to, is the vaccine out yet? How, how much dose will Kansas get? What's the medical advice? Our medical people are working on quarantining guidelines. They're taking a look at community spread versus in-school spread. They're looking at all that. So we would continue to bring you that guidance also.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, so what's the will of the board? Would you like Randy, doesn't mean we have to approve it, but would you like him to bring some information back to us in December? So I do think we need to begin to thinking about a plan, long-term. Jim Porter.
I don't know what I think, so that doesn't surprise anybody. What I'm concerned with, and it doesn't have to do with hours, how we can be sure that a second grader gets a second grade education this year. I don't know that can happen, so that kids can make that progress. I'd like to see a plan. I'd like for us to have a plan. I think what Jim said about us having a plan before January is critical. And Madam Chair, that may take more than 2 days next month. And if that does, I'm fine with that. Because we have a lot to do. But yeah, I'd like to. Yeah, but I'm very concerned about what we're hearing is that kids aren't making progress. I don't know that under the circumstances they can. That's a realistic expectation. But if they don't, that's a lifelong problem. That's not a year problem. At some point, this is going to go over, but the damage may be permanent. And I said at the beginning, I don't know any answers. But I think that's a real concern that we need to have.
Jim, I think, and then I saw Jean's hand.
Yeah.
I think it's like our dyslexia conversation. There is no doubt there is loss since March. How we have to mitigate that, school districts are going to have their plan and their KISA on how they're going to mitigate that going forward. One of the things that I think we could speed up, this, if you hear something hit the floor, it'll be Laurel when I say this, so I apologize in advance. You want to speed this up, it's start having a faster discussion on what Steve brought up this morning. How do you move to a competency-based system and validate that someone has learned what a typical second grader in a 9-month span would learn? And then time becomes irrelevant. Some will take longer and some will take less time. That has a funding issue. It is very complicated to move from one system to the other. You've already allowed credit to be done in that manner at the secondary level. But once you start messing with funding and that, it's much more difficult. Navigating change allows that to occur. So if you wanted to really think about legislation and where we go, I would encourage you to take a look at that, but I will tell you it's a big lift because you're now really changing the way we thought about school for the last 100 years.
Jean Clifford.
I just have to agree. One of the things that you alluded to, Dr. Watson, was the possible extension into the summer. I think there are things that we can do, but I think it's going to also take districts deciding for themselves if they're willing to possibly extend their school year, because I believe that a lot of the stress is due to the having to move through the curriculum at a certain pace. And if they were able to perhaps have a shorter school day, that might benefit the students and the teachers in being able to have a more relaxed pace, but it would take more days to do that. So I think we need to partner with the districts, and then they'll have to decide on their own what they're willing to do, because I think all of these calendars were created during a time when we expected to be much further along with dealing with the pandemic than we are. And in looking at where we are now, I think we wouldn't have perhaps made the same calendars that we've got, and looking at the days off that you had shown on your slides. So I think it's going to take a partnership, and I think somehow slowing the pace would help relieve the stress.
You know, kind of you mentioning that, Jean, I could almost see where we could give some districts some options too. You know, we get so hung up on being off, say, before Memorial Day. Well, there isn't anything that says we have to do that. I know some folks' contracts are set up certain ways. But maybe what we need to begin to think about is what are some options for some folks? Some alternatives that maybe, although we've got tons of options in navigating change, but maybe we need to be more explicit in a few options. Michelle Dombrowski, I'm guessing that's you, Michelle?
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you,
very
Madam Chair.
good.
That would be my question. When Jean talked about working with the districts, I know a lot of the K through 5th or K through 4th, they went back. I mean, they went, it was not working at all well for them. So they brought those kids back. In most districts, it's the 6th through 12th graders that I'm concerned with. So I would be curious to know, I don't think it's being done in my district for my boys or 9th and 11th graders, but I'd be curious to know how much or what percentage of the navigating change 9th through 12th grade, that was what I worked on back in June. There were some really good examples of things with competencies and that could be crossed over between like algebraic and algebra problems and chemistry. And I would be curious to know which those districts are utilizing the navigation, not the operational side of it, but for the older kids, because I don't know if they really studied, maybe they have, but I think it would be interesting to know. Because we're getting a lot of assignments, I mean, from multiple teachers, and it's a lot of work, and it's a lot of online screen time, and then at night, more screen time. So if there are projects or project-based things where they could be hands-on, I'd be curious to see how many are using that or willing to use that, especially during these winter months. If we're gonna be pulled out of school, they could be working on things that are actually applied to everyday world things. And that'd be my concern is what percentages of those, especially those big districts, utilizing that navigation change for those projects? And would they be willing to tell us or let us know?
We can try to ask that.
Randy, I don't know that we've given you very clear direction. I guess maybe what I kind of hear is we would like to begin to see some options. And some of it may be digging into navigating change and pulling some things out, because it is a dense document. And maybe folks have been reluctant to dig into it. Yeah. And maybe giving them more options of things that, you know, here's option A, option B, option C, and include in there some extended time. I don't know, I think we need maybe to be a little more, giving some more options to folks. I don't discount the need to maybe allow a little flexibility at times. These numbers, they're already pretty bad, but, the medical folks all tell us they're gonna get worse, so what do we do to help folks at that period of time? So, I don't know, did I capture it okay, board?
Madam Chair, again, I mentioned Dr. Stites, Medical Director, University of Kansas, Dr. Carrie Harris, who also served on one of our medical advisors on navigating change. They both said, we have added ICU beds in the Wichita area and the Kansas City area. It's not our problem. We have no staff to staff it, and our staff are exhausted. They're working 12-hour shifts. They haven't had days off since March. We don't know, we just don't have staff to take care of the sick people. Dr. Harris said that to superintendents last week, almost tears in her eyes. She just said, we're not serving the way I was trained to serve patients right now because of the overload. And she was talking about the Wichita area. It's just balance. You heard a lot today from young people and some other people about the stress of families. All true. Our staff have the same stress. All true. And it's how do we help both and not be at odds with each other? What's the equilibrium? There's not a playbook for that. You're making that playbook as we go. We'll try to bring you some options that you can wrestle with next month.
Jim Porter?
And I think it's so important for us to actually have a plan before we leave next month. And, Dean and I have talked about the legislative platform, and it has increased exponentially during this conversation. So what we're going to show you in a few minutes is there's several things, especially the statutes and things like that, to be added to that. That's all. I would like to see us have extensive time next month to discuss our legislative priorities, to discuss our plans, which I doubt seriously can be done in what is normally an allotted time. So I would like, as you plan agendas for next month, I would like for us to make sure that we have enough time to do what we need to so we can have a comprehensive, rational plan to move forward. And if I have to stay here a week, that you may not want to, but that's fine. If we can do it if we can stay till midnight, 3 nights, that's okay too. Whatever it is, whatever the issue is, I think that that what we need to do to provide leadership needs to be done, and time should not be a limiting factor.
Hey, Randy, I'm not sure how.
Means Michelle's got to make some really good cookies for next month, I think.
I guess I'm gonna throw out there, and I'm gonna add to our listening audience, help us out. Wear your masks, socially distance, sanitize, help us out. We want our kids in school. You talked about overworked medical folks, and they are. And we've got some overworked educational folks too. They are working hard, and we appreciate their work. So our communities, help us out. And with that, we'll take a break. We went over a little, so let's take a 15-minute break, please. Thank you. E, which is act on a request from USD 512 Shawnee Mission for capital improvement, bond and interest state aid. So do I have a motion to approve 17A, B, C, D, and F? Okay, motion by Dina Horst, second. Okay, Ben Jones. All in favor, please raise your hand. Oh, there's Jean, okay. Okay, let me see if I got all your hands, please. Let's try that again. All in favor of the consent? Okay, opposed? Abstained? Okay, so that's a 9-0-1. Okay, now 17E. I don't know, do we need to go to the page number, Michelle? Say again, 175? So if you need to go to the page number, go to 175. So, Michelle, I think you wanted to make a comment, and then we'll vote.
Yep, thank you, Madam Chair, and this is just just bringing this up because it's in my area, where I serve. And I will keep this going to the local level. I'm not going to stop. I'm gonna vote to have this pass, but I just want to make some notes about, they did open up a new aquatic center, a $28 million aquatic center in that area that I don't even think it's being used. They talked about academics, and all 5 high schools in that area would be able to use that for swimming and diving. And with COVID, it's shut down, but they mentioned here that there are plans to construct, acquire, construct, equip, furnish, repair, remodel, make additions to buildings used for school districts purposes, and that had started out at 177 million and it moved to 264 million. I think there's 5 schools, meaning possibly needing either being rebuilt or renovated. So Overland Park, the main city for Shawnee Mission District, has a 9% increase in next year's budget for property tax people, paying property taxes in that area, and Johnson County is budgeting about a 5% increase on those people. So I'm just looking at the administration increases in that area. The management positions increased in Shawnee Mission District by 15.6%, and non-teaching positions increased by 15.1%, and since 2016, their enrollment was just 1.9%. And they did add 70 teachers for a 4.8% increase. So I just want to make some notes on that. Those people are going to be hit with some pretty heavy tax increases coming up for next year's budget, and that is going to have to be left up to the local district to decide on that bond. And I will move to make sure that that goes down to the local level so that they can vote on that. But I just wanted, since that's in my area, I want to make the people aware of that publicly. Thank you.
Okay, Jim Porter?
Yeah, I serve on the bond committee, and this is a unique situation that I think everybody needs to understand. The amount that is requested, a school district does not have to apply to us if the amount that they are applying for, if their total debt is less than 14% of their assessed valuation, and this, so they don't even have to, they can do this without us. The only reason that they're doing this is the possibility that they would be eligible for state aid in the future at some time is relatively remote. But if they go through us, and that does happen at some time before the bond is paid off, that makes them eligible for this. So this is one of those things that doesn't count against our annual allotment or anything like that. As a matter of fact, if we voted no unanimously, they can still do it because it's under 14%. So I just thought that this was the first one of those since I've been on that committee that was like that. So this is something that they're just doing in the event that may possibly happen. It's kind of good planning as far as that, but it doesn't have anything to do with, so the authority, they have the authority to do it without us.
Thank you, Jim. Janet Wall?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand everything everyone said regarding this. However, my position is, and has been from the beginning and remains today, I believe this is a decision for the voters, that they hopefully need to understand all the issues, and I'm confident they will be informed of them. So therefore, I make a motion that we approve 17E. because this is, in my opinion, a local issue. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion to approve 17E. Do we have a second? Jim McNeese. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, it's a 10-0. Thank you very much. Okay, the next item, item 18, is act on board travel. Okay, so do we have additional travel pieces there? Jean?
Yes, I wanted to add 1 December to go to the Northwest Kansas Educational Support Center Administrative Council meeting in Oakley. And on December 2nd, the Southwest Plains Regional Service Center Superintendent Council meeting in Sublette.
Get those, Peggy. Okay. Others? Jim McNeese?
Peggy, do you have November 17th and 20th down for me? It's been so long. I have an ECS, Education Commission of the States meeting. It's a policy meeting on the 17th. And I believe November 20th is the KSDE annual conference. Yes. Okay, thank you.
And that annual conference is a 3-hour meeting, 9 to noon, correct? Okay. Okay, others, additions? Okay, I have a motion to approve. Ben Jones, second. Michelle Dombrowski. All in favor, please raise your hand. Now that's 10-0, thank you. Okay, we're going to go to board reports. Under the chairman's report, we're going to act to accept changes in the navigating change. Randy, do you want to go over with us those changes, please?
Happy to, Madam Chair. If you, I was just on it and I just clicked off. If you would take a look on page 211, there's 2 changes to the operation side under facilities, and they have to do with ventilation. So what would be page 1066 in the facilities documents, page 212 for you, that 3rd paragraph under facilities discusses ventilation and spacing, and then when you go over to the next page under ventilation, those first 2 paragraphs have been updated to the recommendation of heating cooling systems because of the transmission. We were contacted by some members of the public that wanted things to be said that COVID is exclusively an airborne transmission. Our medical advisor said it's primarily an airborne transmission, but it can travel on other surfaces and things. So they clarified that in this document. And that's it, Madam Chair.
Okay, so any questions for Randy on that? Okay, if not, the motion is that I move to accept the updates to the navigating change document reflecting changes and new information since the board approval on October 13th. So I will just make that motion. Do we have a second? Dina Horst. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, it's 10-0. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to go into committee reports. So we'll start with NASB. And Ben, I believe that you're going to make this update for us. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of the State Board, I was the state delegate to the annual business meeting for NASB last month. Wonderful couple days, and I don't know all who here attended. That being in person, I don't watch all. I know I saw Dina and Jim Porter, and I think Jim McNeese on some stuff, and Kathy presented, and it was nice to have a keynote speaker from the state of Kansas, the National Teacher of the Year. Give a really wonderful speech. It was talked about all weekend long, and every meeting I was at, her name came up. So it's just that extra bit of pride for Kansas, and it was good to hear that. It resounded across the nation. Couple of things to update. We did elect a new chair-elect, of which was Janet Cannon from the state of Utah. Byron Ernst moved into the chairmanship. At the conclusion of the conference from Indiana, Janet will be the new chair-elect, and Brooke Axios from Iowa moves into the past chair and the leadership of that. And also, Avery region is down to one regional director instead of two. They eliminated that second position, and now they're just down to one, which right now is Christine Benson from Illinois. We're in the central region for those that just need that reminder. Those are the big changes. The executive board got smaller in that regard. So that's updates from NASB.
Thank you, Ben. I know a number of people did attend that, and it was really nice to hear our Kansas National Teacher of the Year, Tabitha Rossbroy, give that keynote, and she did a really, really nice job. So that was a great opportunity to hear her. Okay, we're going to get an update on the spring break alignment work group. And Ben, I think you were going to do that one too.
Yeah, Jim didn't want to do it. Here it is. Kansas Board of Regents is working on trying to solidify a week with their four-year universities first. So we're just waiting on them to develop a week, and then we'll go from there. That's it.
Okay. Quick and simple. All right, Education Commission of the States, Jim McNeese.
We have a virtual meeting coming up in December, but not much happening.
Okay, all right.
They might disagree with that, but nothing.
I'm sure there's plenty happening, just
sure.
nothing to report on
Yeah,
at this
nothing to
time.
report on. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, legislative priorities. Jim, turn to you.
I'm passing out last year's legislative priority. Dina and I had a telephone meeting the other day, and I was at the farm, and we don't get very good reception. Just tell one quick story, then I'll get serious about this. And so about halfway through the call, we couldn't hear each other. So I had to drive up to a highway where I could get better reception. The first one is support the recommendation of the Legislative Task Force on Dyslexia. And I think we want to specifically add the coordinator, even though I think it's there someplace else. And that was approved unanimously by that recommendation was approved unanimously by the Legislative Task Force on Dyslexia yesterday, with the motions both being made and seconded by current members of the Kansas legislature. So that's a good thing. If you're going to go down, support legislation recommendations about a quarter of the way down, supports legislative recommendations of the School Bus Stop Arm Violation Committee. Last year we presented this and at that time we could say there had been no deaths in Kansas. However, there has been one now. A child was killed. And we also talked about it was recommended that we add to that we would like for there to be additional fines above the regular fine for violations, like speeding violations in school zones. Well, when we checked that out, we found that was already in place. So that's already part of the law. So we'll do that. If you'll look down, about halfway, supports the Regents' goal of moving toward the 15 credit hours. That is, I was talking to one of the people from the Regents, and that's not in their goal this year. So so the recommendation is you're just going to take the Regents' goal out of it, but still support the 15 hours. The next one down, support the removal of the provision. Well, that's already expired. So, of the high-density at-risk grading, so the recommendation is going to be that we support the reinstatement of the at-risk grading, and everything else is about the same. But based on today's conversation, we'll need to discuss about whether or not to make recommendations related to evaluation and make recommendations related to the reviewing of the statutes, and perhaps make recommendations for some of those are too restrictive. The way this works is next month, we will go over each one of these, not necessarily to vote, but the board, in order for this to be the board priority, it has to be approved by the board. So we're going to look, and if I recall last year, most of them were non-controversial and everybody agreed to it, but some of them were not. And so we will at least take a consensus so that whoever the legislative liaisons are after January can they can say this particular provision was unanimously supported by the board, or this was just supported by the board, to make that differentiation, to do that. But we'll go over each one of these, and like we said last month, if anybody has anything else that they think that need to be added, please contact Dina or me, and we will make sure that they're included in the discussion list. And hopefully by the time we end next month, we will have legislative priorities to present. Thank you.
Any questions for Jim or Dina at this point? Jean, were you getting ready to raise your hand?
I was, but it was not for that. It was, I have some comments on the migrant meeting that
Okay.
they had.
Let's see if we've got any questions for Jim, and then I'll go to you. Any others? Okay, well, so expect a conversation, maybe a rather lengthy conversation next month on legislative priorities. Okay, Jean, Margaret?
I did attend the virtual annual meeting for the migrant organization. One of the things that will have some impact on Kansas is the numbers apparently are decreasing. The number of migrant students, recruiters are not able to locate them or to get out to find them because of COVID, and that will affect migrant funding. There were a number of speakers that talked about the conditions and the issues that are facing migrant students and their families. Many of those are similar to the same issues that other students in our districts are facing: childcare, transportation to schools, social emotional issues. One that was more unique, or maybe shared with homeless population, was dealing with remote students moving from district to district or from location to location, where they're given technology, but then they have to give it up and then go somewhere else and try to get it, of whether there could be some sorts of agreements to allow them to take that with them, because if they're remote, they could still participate in that district. And then the lost wages and the financial impact that it was having on migrant families, because one of the workers in the family would usually have to stay home with the children if they were in remote status. But they also mentioned some bright spots, including a Zoom summer camp that they had with remote students, where they took materials out to all these students, and then they did science and art projects and things like that, but they did them all on Zoom, and then they could share with each other. Even though they weren't together, they were together on Zoom. So it was a pretty interesting meeting, and it reminds us of how much we need to work with these students to improve their opportunities in life. So thank you.
Thank you for that update, Jean. Okay, that's what I have for committee reports. Okay, board attorney report, Mark?
As part of the couple associations I belong to, including the NSBA and the Nicosia, I get weekly legal clips. They just basically give you headlines that you, like any news source, that you can drill down. And I just picked out some that have come across the last 2 months because I thought they were interesting and reflect the national news stories on all things that are being considered, and we don't have any recent cases filed in Kansas, but I was just going to go through some of the headlines because I think it shows what the trends are and what that school districts across the country face the same kind of legal challenges that are discussed here and addressed by local school districts. So I'll just kind of go through the hit list in no particular order, but the group of parents file suit against North Carolina district rejecting remote learning and demanding in-person classes. Suit against Utah's governor and State Department of Health seeks to overturn state's mask mandate. Quite a few of these have to do with racial issues. Parents of 2 African-American students file suit against Pennsylvania district and local police, claiming officers used excessive force in removing students from a basketball game. Student's suit alleges Oregon district failed to investigate teacher who sent her sexually explicit photos of himself. Another one, state officials continue to enforce mask mandates in schools even after Michigan Supreme Court overturns governor's executive order requiring mask wearing at schools. This is an interesting one. Hearing a lot about discipline and what happens in remote learning. Parents of students suspended for display of BB gun during online class files suit against Louisiana district. Illinois court rejects class action suit seeking TRO, temporary restraining order, requiring Illinois Athletic Association to allow fall sports to resume play. Class action suit planned to force New York City schools to end remote learning and reopen for in-person classroom instruction. And once again, these are just some that I found maybe new and more topical. Every week you get the continuation of transgender suits and bathroom use type suits and all kinds of others that we've seen for a number of months. But in this one, the African-American teacher files suit against Alaska district, claiming district failed to address racist threats from students. In Florida, parents mount legal challenge to Florida's district policy requiring students to wear masks at school. Several headlines dealt with the teachers' unions initiating the litigation. In West Virginia, court denies teachers' unions motion seeking to enjoin states' use of color-coded coronavirus map. Political in nature and free speech and those kinds of things continue to be involved in the school setting. Student's suit alleges Florida district stripped him of parking pass after he displayed statue in his truck supporting President Trump. A parent files suit claiming Ohio district's decision to reopen schools exposes her daughter to undue risks of COVID-19. In the New York State District suit about reinstating fall sports programs, the court dismissed that suit. And then the Louisiana legislature is considering revising state student discipline laws after a student was suspended for having the BB gun visible during the online instruction. So you've got the court action, and then you also have reports of the legislature modifying the laws related to that incident. Some students seek to change the name of district and high school after learning that both were named after a KKK leader. Suit alleges Wisconsin district failed to take adequate steps to end racial bullying and harassment of an African-American student during middle and high school. And then similar, Minnesota districts increased spending on online surveillance of students after removing police presence in schools results in criticism from civil rights groups. So what's not in the building, in the physical presence, is reallocating resources for online surveillance and other safety measures, and that draws legal criticism. So that's all I have, unless anyone has any questions.
Thank you, Mark. Kind of interesting to hear about the litigation going on. Jim Porter?
Are any of the suits trying to prevent political subdivisions from requiring masks being successful?
I didn't hear the last part of it.
Are any of them being successful?
I don't think they've progressed that far in the litigation. And not all of these, I don't go to drill down to all of them, but I kind of digest the trends. But I might search for some that are successful for future reporting.
So certainly litigation, but nobody yet successful with that. Okay, all right, thank you very much. Okay, requests for future agenda items, board members? Michelle Dombrowski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I would love to hear some updates on the navigation of success of teachers that have used some of those projects that we
Some of the upfront part of the.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
navigating change. I'd love to see if there are success stories out in Kansas, either if they can zoom in with us or whatever, just either with their students and the student thought it was great, the teachers thought it was great, or it worked out. I just would love to know if anyone used it. It'd be kind of nice just so that the other, we can maybe collaborate with other districts and say, look at what they're doing over here. It's working really great. I'd just like to see that. That would be kind of neat to see on the next agenda, or just.
Up soon, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
be great.
Okay, good, thank you. Other requests for future agenda items? Jim McNeese?
Thank you. This is a request for Randy on the number of districts that are at various levels of responding to COVID. You know, who's in school, who's not, you know, who's on hybrid, we haven't had a count like that in a while. At least I don't remember it. You could send it out in the Friday notes or something, or.
Jim will be happy to do that on Friday notes, but I can just tell you, some of that will have changed when you get.
Oh, I agree. But, you know, I hear all kinds of things from people, and I'm ill-equipped to give them some real numbers. Thank you.
Ben Jones?
And this is just another one for Randy, and it's one that I know Michelle and Randy are already working on it, but it came from the NASB conference, and it talked about there was a lot of conversation about teacher prep programs and passing the tests, the qualification test for licensure, and what the passage rates among demographics to get teaching licenses. There was a lot of conversation around that, and I've already submitted that in an email to the commissioner and Michelle, and they're working on it, I know, but haven't heard much follow-up, but I also know they've been really busy. But that was an interesting topic of the demographics of teachers, and I know we talk about teacher diversity, and that is passing the praxis from our Kansas universities.
Do you have any response?
Ben, we requested that of ETS. We now have it. Took a couple weeks. Ann has also requested some data on the National Council of Teachers Equality, which is an organization that talks about teacher preparation. Kansas generally scores fairly middle of the range. Thought we would bring those two items together and have a board discussion about both.
Thank you. Other requests? Dean Horst?
Actually, this is Ben's hometown, but Sterling was recognized as being the outstanding performing arts school in the state. So I think that maybe we ought to recognize that fact because it involves a whole lot more than just one of their performing arts groups. So it would be their theater, their music, the whole enchilada, so to speak. And Kansas has just started doing that. I missed that last year. I think may have been the first time. But anyway, I think maybe we ought to invite them to come and share maybe a little bit of what they do.
I would not be opposed to that as an alumni of that program.
Maybe via Zoom. Jean Clifford, did you have something?
I just had a brief thing, and maybe it can just be answered, but I was wondering if our adjusting the substandards had brought any additional subs into the to be used for the districts. I think it was a great idea. I just didn't know if it had reaped any rewards.
Gene, we'll get the specific data. I'll have Michelle work on that. I can tell you, I don't know if that action specifically, because we're going to talk about correlational results, but I can tell you that substitute requests are up. But whether it was that action or, for example, I know Michelle's been very active, Rossville School District, Caw Valley, their community said, hey, we'll go get substitute license, we're going to help you out. I know that there's a lot of districts looking at that. So I think the combination, but we'll get the exact numbers for you.
Very good. Anything else? Okay, thank you. Okay, Chairman report, just a couple of things, mostly reminders. The retention summit that was going to be on November 23rd has been postponed. So just be sure that you don't try to get on a Zoom on that day because it won't be there. And then once again, a reminder, our KSDE annual conference will be November 20th. That's a Friday from 9 to noon, and it is virtual. And Peggy, you said you were going to register those of us who wish to be on that. And then you'll send us the link too once that's. Okay. Okay, so be looking for that. The December meeting will be on the 8th and 9th unless we follow Jim Porter's request and we meet the whole week. There will be the School Mental Health Advisory Council is ready to bring recommendations, will be ready in December to bring recommendations to the board as far as the implementation of the bullying task force their recommendations. So this will be more an implementation guide is what it is. So we will bring that to you and seek feedback and recommendations. Discussion will be on the board's legislative priorities as Jim Porter mentioned, and also recognition of the Blue Ribbon schools. And it looks like we'll be having some discussion on moving forward with COVID-19 and structures and plans and so forth and so on. So, okay, all right, that'll take care of our chairman's report for today. And we will move forward on the demonstration of the Kansas Teaching and Learning Project. And I know, Tammy, you are here, and Brad, I think, is going to be on. Oh, there's Brad. Hi, Brad. Brad is doing the quarantine thing. I actually did that a couple weeks ago myself. That was a lot of fun. Sit around home, watch a lot of Netflix. Got a lot of yard work done. Cleaned out some cabinets. Felt fine.
Is this on? Okay. Do I know? Okay.
So I'm going to share my screen so that everyone who is, ask me later. I don't know. Is it on? Can you hear me? Okay. I'm going to have to talk louder with my mask on. So I'm going to share our screen and take you on a little test drive through this Kansas Teaching and Leading website, except that I need to see the website, so it's sharing now. Yeah, okay. And so, first of all, I'm not Brad. He's at home. And I'm also a little bit confused by this because normally I wear heels when I stand and talk to you. And now I feel like I can barely see over the monitor to talk to you all today. But yeah, I need a step stool. So anyway, what's really exciting about this project is that it has been a partnership between KSDE and the Kansas Association of Education Service Agencies, our service center partners. And we knew this summer early on, we heard from Kansas teachers, and when they got a first glimpse of the Navigating Change 2020 document, they said, we're going to need some professional development. And here it is. It's a wonderful platform. I'm going to take you on a little test drive through it, show you some features, and just tell you a little bit more, some early statistics. And so as of today, this site went live in October, and as of today, it has been visited by 8,829. It's had 8,829 visits by 2,414 different users. And it's only been out 2 or 3 weeks. The number one topic that teachers are begging for PD for, and they're clicking on here, is social emotional learning. How do they meet the social and emotional needs of students in a remote or hybrid environment? The second most popular topic is remote and hybrid teaching strategies. So that's good to know. And then the third most popular topic as of today is instructional technology. So on this platform, Brad, you just interrupt any old time you want to, but I've got a thing going here, so.
You're doing a great job.
All right. So you can see, this is just a really slick website. If you haven't had a chance to get on and play around, it is really amazing. But down the left side, you can see that these topics align with the Navigating Change 2020 document, including understanding the document. Here's the social emotional learning piece, and I'll go through this a little bit in more depth. There's also a section on competency-based and personalized learning, remote and hybrid teaching, instructional technology, leadership and communication, community and family engagement, facilities and operations. And you can see that anyone that comes here can sign up for a newsletter. Now, what's really great about these resources is, I'm going to go into social and emotional learning. There are some kind of grab and go resources. So every single section has a comprehensive glossary. I don't know about you, but I have learned more terms in the last 6 months. I mean, a year ago, we weren't even talking about synchronous and asynchronous learning, right? So we've got so many new words and so many new acronyms, and so each section has a comprehensive glossary so that we can be sure that everyone's talking about the same thing in the same way. We also have a section for grab and go resources. So these are just quick things that teachers can come and read, presentations, little demonstrations. They're ready to roll. They really are self-explanatory. A teacher does not have to wait for training. They've got it right here. There are also some recorded videos and additional training support. So you can see here we've got several already here, connecting deep through community circles, assessing and helping students with SEL needs online, handling behaviors in online courses, helping students build resilience, behavior interventions in an electronic environment, and addressing diverse staff, social, emotional, and well-being needs.
So these are videos teachers can click on and view right then and there. And so while that in and of itself is pretty amazing, teachers can hop on and get PD whenever they need, whenever they have time. But then for each of these topics, there is also a list of actual events where people could participate. You can see there's a long, you can see tomorrow. You could join in with teaching with instructional technology. You can click right there. The Zoom link is there, and you can participate in training with a trainer and have some dialogue, and it's all via Zoom. And all of this is absolutely free for every Kansas educator. And so this has been a tremendous and remarkable lift by this partnership to put all of this together, but it is just the beginning. So there are plans to add more depth to some of these topics in these trainings, and there are also plans to include the dyslexia and early literacy modules and trainings here as well. And so with that, I hope that you'll take the time, one, to just kind of cruise around and participate in any of these trainings that you're curious about. But also, we really need to help get the word out. We need you all to, when people are asking, how do I know about competency-based learning, or how do I know about these remote teaching strategies, you can say, oh, I've got a site for you, and it's absolutely free. So with that, Dr. Nuenswander, what else would you like to add today?
Well, you have it up. Can you show them how they can sign up for the newsletter? That way, every time there's an update on this website, you'll get an email and it will tell you what new modules and trainings were updated. So it's again, I share with Tammy, this has been a great partnership with our service centers. When you look at the trainings, you'll see that you might have a consultant from a service center or one from ESDAC partnering with one from Smoky Hill, and that includes one of our staff members. In addition, we have a lot of superintendents and principals and teachers that are also part of this. We actually have a steering committee made up of Kansas educators that maintain the integrity of this. So we're just excited. We knew, like Tammy said, we can't get out in person because of COVID, and we can't get to 286 publics and all the privates. So we had to go to this type of a format and also make it free to them and accessible 24/7. So Tammy, thanks for filling in for me today, and we could answer any questions that you might have.
Hey, board members, questions? Looks like quite a resource. Will we get sent the link? I'm sure we already have been. Can we get it again? Okay. Steve Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hypothetical, a parent who has time on her hands or his hands wants to get a quick certificate to be a substitute and maybe even consider becoming a licensed teacher. Are there resources within this website to that individual, the parent who's just beginning teaching career?
That would be an area that I'm not well versed in, because I'm not sure what the qualifications are for a substitute license. So I would defer that to Dr. Watson or to Dr. Nuenswander.
I will say that this is free to anyone in Kansas. Actually, anyone in the United States, technically, this is a free resource. I will add that at the end of every one of these sessions that they go through, they can click on and apply for a certificate that they will get awarded, that they completed it, that they can use in their local district for professional development points for relicensure. So that's another feature that was added to this. But it is, it's available to anyone that wants to go in and learn. Parents, teachers, administrators. And we will be adding to this, like Tammy said, we're working with the association to create a bunch of dyslexia early literacy training. So we'll be adding that link soon. Our goal is to add a link for computer science. You know, this was just the first phase of this, was to build it for the immediate need of Kansas educators, but we'll definitely be able to expand.
Thank you, Brad.
Other questions, board members? Dina Horst?
Thank you. So this could be a site that micro-credentialing could be developed from? Or if you wanted to be micro-credentialed in a specific area, eventually this could be a resource.
Absolutely. We just see endless opportunities with this. And I think the greatest thing about this was we knew that every school district and every teacher across the state were going to experience the same needs. So we brought about 60 Service Center, KSDE, TASN people together in August and because we had to make sure that we were all on the same page. We were speaking a common language. We were sharing resources. And through all of that training, we go through a training session about once every 2 weeks. We spend half a day training, and then we turn right around and take that training to create these professional development opportunities. So it's just really can't thank the service centers and our TASN folks and our agency staff enough for dedicating the time to this initiative. But the service centers are the ones that actually did the heavy lifting of creating the website and putting all this together.
Well, I think it's great. So thank you to everyone involved.
Other questions, board members? Okay, well, thank you. Tammy, thanks for presenting today. Brad, thanks for being there via Zoom. It's good to see everybody. This looks like a great resource for folks, and what an opportunity to really get in there and do some learning, and timely, very timely. Okay, thank you. Okay, our next agenda item will be the discussion on micro-credentialing and individualized professional development for licensed teachers. And I see Michelle on remote, and Susan is here in person. So welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Commissioner Watson. I think while Susan brings that up, as you all were talking about sub-licenses, my good friend Susan was gathering up some data for you. We remain at over 1,000 sub-license applications more at this time of year than we might normally be. We'll try to separate that data out for you a bit further into by semester, I think, for a December meeting to try to get you a little closer to those licenses. So it's interesting that the conversation you all just had with Brad and Tammy on the teaching and leading project, the micro-credential opportunity, you heard Brad mention that at the end of those opportunities on that website, candidates can go ahead and obtain professional learning points for relicensure. So we can piggyback conversations a little bit for you all. Susan's going to click through for me and I'll let you go on. Please, Susan, thank you. We're bringing you what is a very similar presentation from what we shared with you in October. We have a couple of different items. I know we're at the end of your very long day, so I want to hit a couple of high points and then add a couple of things that I think will assure you that we are moving on with this conversation. Here's the definition. Again, those professional units of study can be completed individually, small groups, or even with a particular building or grade level or content area. Thank you, Susan. This is the piece that we are keeping at the forefront of our thinking. We want to really get to the place that personalized professional learning can happen for every teacher in Kansas. And I know that you all remember Dr. Paul Erickson was with us along with Dean Mercer in October, talking about some of the pilot things. Thank you, Susan. The piece that makes the micro so unique, please remember, in the impact and in the results piece, the very unique piece of a micro credential is that the candidate going through one of those particular learning events can present artifacts, student sample work, a video, a picture, some really good embedded learning opportunities, that they also are given some reflective conversation on their progress in that learning opportunity. They have, that's the part that really gets difficult for me, is when we start thinking about how as a state agency, we can provide that reflective personal growth opportunity for a candidate who's going through any type of learning opportunity. So that's the piece that we're trying to problem solve and really want to have be the most impactful. That job embedded nature, right? That piece that is all about a teacher's need for learning in the moment. So keep that in mind when we talk about a micro. A micro credential is not your typical sit and get opportunity. So that's the piece that we're trying to deeply understand how to embed for our Kansas teachers. Thank you, Susan. And I think this is the part where I am going to turn over to my good friend Susan and let her talk a bit about our current system of professional development and licensure renewal.
And remember, the target of the pilot was looking at micro-credentials in terms of renewal of a professional license. So let's circle back a little bit just to explain, those are not familiar. Professional license renews with professional development points, and those are awarded at the local district level by their PDC council. The required number of points is dependent upon the level of the degree that the teacher holds. So a bachelor's degree, it's 160, and at least half of their points have to be earned through completing credit hours. Graduate degree holders, it's 120 points, so they could all be earned from other types of activities. And then this is the rate of awarding points, 1 point per clock hour, or 20 points per semester credit hour. So that's what we have in place now. What we also currently have in place was an attempt back when these regs were adopted in 2000 to incentivize and reward educators who get away from just doing sit and get or the knowledge. So we build into the regs an incentive system that helps move those educators through the phases of knowledge, taking that knowledge, applying it, and then showing it had impact. So they can earn knowledge points. So they may say, I want to take this 1 credit hour, these 20 points, and I want to show that I applied what I learned. And so the PDC council can award them. They still have those knowledge points they earn. They can give them 2 times those number of points for applying it. And then if they go on and say, not only did I apply it, it had impact, the PDC can award them 3 times those original points. So if you think about the components of a micro-credential and what you've heard about it, that really is what a micro-credential does. It lets that individual personalized learning on a specific topic, taking it through knowledge and showing that they've had application and impact so that they've gained the competency in that area. So districts currently under this system can award points for micro-credentials. However, probably the issue right now is they need some guidance and communications to assist them in understanding how they can do that. Because they're used to saying, okay, I went and did this, or I took this course, easy, let's award the points. There's the opportunity to earn so many points that we don't see a lot of the knowledge application and impact. So Michelle is going to talk a little bit later on a slide what a professional standards board subcommittee that's been assigned to micros, how they're going to address and hopefully help us provide some of that guidance and communication. So then, moving forward, our goal, if you remember the graphic, Paul's graphic that we just showed. The goal is to redefine professional learning as continuous personalized improvement for educators. So we're trying to really shift the paradigm, if you will, so that you don't do professional learning just because you have to renew a license, but you do it because it's continued personal improvement for you. We hope to build this as a system across the entire career continuum. Now, also looking forward, we had a professional development task force, and what their recommendations were to think of professional learning as falling within one of three buckets. That individualized personal professional learning, it was just critical. The individual says, I need this, I get to work on this. But also a second bucket of professional learning to help you meet your building or your district goals. So we see these as the more job embedded types of professional learning. And then there ought to be a bucket of state goals for all educators related to your board goals and initiatives. So those of you who have been around a while remember when everybody had to take the special ed characteristics course before they could renew. So why not say, you know, we think our board goals around whatever it will be, dyslexia, social emotional, would warrant every educator concentrating on that during a certain time period. So really micros can serve to meet all those buckets of professional learning. And as I said then, so it's not just about licensure renewal, but it's us trying to create a system across all those stages of an educator's pathway, from when they're in that pre-service program, whether that be a traditional or an alternative type of program, to when you come out and you start teaching and think, oh no, and you're being mentored and supported. So what might that look like? So at the pre-service level, we can see how those could be used to enhance preparation. Again, whether it's a traditional and alternative pathway. So what are some examples of this? Perhaps we know for sure that there's micro-credentials available that will help train those pre-service candidates on issues about professional ethics. You're always hearing from the Professional Practices Commission, but that might be one use at the pre-service level. But I also see there's lots of micro-credentials that will help individuals understand those professional education standards. And so they could be of use in that way. So what about the phase then when you move into your teaching practice? I think they can be critical in providing some of that induction and educator support. We've seen modules that states use to train their mentors that are supporting the new teachers. And again, this would be an opportunity to, if you have a novice educator who's struggling or there's a real area of improvement that they need, such as classroom management, we know there's micro-credentials out there that would help them dive deeper into that and help them get some personalized learning in that area. And then finally, as you move into, you become an experienced educator, whether you remain in the classroom or you move on to become a school leader or school specialist. Again, license renewal for that professional license and all the opportunities of micro-credentials in there, including that bucket idea. And here's where also you might start doing the micro-credentials to provide evidence of the specific learning competencies. And some people are calling those badges or endorsements. What you just heard about from Brad and Tammy, those might be examples of where you could choose to do a micro-credential in a specific area, and then the district could utilize you as their in-district expert on that particular topic. And then also related to professional advancement or leading to career pathways. And by that, for example, instructional coaches. And I've already mentioned mentor training. So those are just some examples of how we think micros can be used, not just towards license or renewal, but across the continuum. And I'm going to turn it back over to Michelle to close us out today.
Thank you, Susan. So we have work to do yet. And you heard Susan mention earlier that I have to thank Dr. Cameron Carlson. He's helping to lead the professional standards board right now, and he's focused on some subgroups to really dive into some topics that we've been wanting to spend more time on, one of which is the micro-credentials. So the group that's working on micro-credentials, they have some work to do. You're not finished hearing about this topic from us. We want to finalize our uses and purposes of micros in Kansas. We need to talk about capacity. What's the capacity at the state level? I love Susan's conversation with you all about suggesting some work on your board outcomes and how we might really fully engage every teacher in Kansas on some professional learning. I can see two really big topics on dyslexia and social emotional learning being places where we could really engage folks with the use of a micro. What are the differing levels? What's the rigor? What's the impact of some of that work? How do we evaluate them? That's where I see the real strength of a micro is in that feedback that the candidate or the educators given during their learning opportunity. So that part, I'm anxious to hear what the committee comes back with. We know, Susan and I and the team, that we need to be thinking about how to get back out to our professional development councils and help them see how locally they could be doing some of this work with minimal direction from us. Although I'm looking so forward to the time that we can go back out and talk with people about this and really help them understand their procedural steps and the things that they could do right now to begin implementing. You heard Susan again talk about our 3 levels that are in existence now. That's a perfect place. And to that end, that would bring about regulatory changes and transition plans. But know that the standards board is working on this, that we are, it paused, if you will, for a time, the conversation, but we are geared back up and working on this topic again. And with that, Susan and I both are happy to stand for any questions.
Well, thank you both very much for presenting. Do we have questions, board members? Mr. Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hypothetical, these aren't the easiest things to answer, but here's a hypothetical. I'm looking at John Bacon, Mayor John Bacon, who used to sit next to me. And I'm going to assume that John wants to be a teacher of accounting. I don't think that's true, by the way, so that makes it clearly a hypothetical. But clearly John's familiar with school issues because he sat on the board for 20 years, this board. And he's mayor of Olathe, so he's a pretty competent individual. So suppose that John, or maybe somebody like John, a professional certified public accountant, said, you know, I've reached a stage in my career where I think I want to teach accounting. We talk so much about not putting up roadblocks. And Michelle just mentioned about how the key piece is the feedback. I see a day when somebody like a professional certified public accountant could teach accounting without a lot of a priori training. We all need to be lifelong learners. That's part of it. So how would you see the feedback loops for somebody who's competent and professional to get up to speed in a hurry to teach a subject like accounting?
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Just today, I forwarded an email to Susan from a candidate similar to what you're talking about, who's been in a classroom with some great experience in their backpack and some professional experience and a resume that would allow for some part-time teaching in a particular subject area, as you mentioned, accounting as your opportunity. And I think the key piece there is the mentor opportunity. I know my good friends out in Western Kansas who use our restricted license plan. Anytime they hire one of those candidates, to your point, they know that they have to also invest in a great deal of mentoring for those candidates because they're not traditionally prepared teachers. So the opportunities exist. I forward that email on to Susan, and she looks at every possible pathway to help school systems be able to reach out and use candidates. For example, your accounting candidate that you used right there in the best way for kids to help them be successful with a really strong partner teacher. And in this day and age, we're seeing that partner teacher doesn't necessarily have to be across the hall. It could be video opportunities such as this. There are some pockets of video mentoring happening in Kansas. So you bring up a good point that we continue to explore. Thank you.
Other questions, board members? So your next steps, the Professional Standards Board will continue to work on this, and then it will continue to be brought back?
Correct.
Okay. I guess my other question would be, what is to prevent a district from already using this process right now?
Nothing.
That's
kind
of what I thought.
Yeah, that's the piece that Susan mentioned about we need to be, we need to be more proactive in our communication with them. Incentivizing some of it would be lovely. Again, that's a negotiated agreement opportunity. Very seldom do you see professional development councils having teachers coming and raising that doubling that Susan mentioned and tripling the points that are available to them. But they absolutely could, provided we can communicate to them the statewide definition. That's another piece. Once that's solid and we have what we feel like is going to be something you all would bless communicating out to the field, that's part of a step one. So we know we have work to do on our end, helping local professional development councils see how they can do some of this now.
And I'd just like to add, Christy O'Borney is a standards board member, and she is chairing that subcommittee. She was one of those that presented to you last month also, so.
Thank you. And that's one point I wanted to make, is that I think folks can do this right now. They have to look at their negotiated agreement and see how it works in there, but I think folks can do this right now if they wanted to. So, any other questions?
I'm on that committee, and
Okay.
one of the things that we're talking about that we can't do right now is whether or not micro-credentials could be used as an alternative for some of the college level courses for those people that are at the bachelor's level, and there are quality issues with micro-credentials, and how can we make sure that they are quality without putting an undue burden on the limited staff at the department. So those are addressed. We've met, we're going to have something probably to report on the 23rd of November, and sort of our plan of that committee is to have something ready to present as a final issue at the April meeting of the Professional Standards Board. So we may be seeing something as something relating to changing the regulations as early as this summer sometime.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank
Susan
you.
and
Thanks,
Michelle.
Susan.
Appreciate it. Okay, board members, our next agenda item is an executive session for personnel matters of non-elected personnel. Janet is going to read the motion, and I'm going to suggest we start it at 5. So we'll have a quick little break opportunity, and then we'll get back. Janet?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education recess into executive session to discuss the subject of an individual employee's performance, which is justified pursuant to the non-elected personnel exception under KOMA, in order to protect the privacy interest of the individual or individuals to be discussed. The session will begin at 5 o'clock for 15 minutes. No action will be taken during this session, and the open meeting will resume at 5:15.
Motion, do we have a second? Michelle Dombrowski, all in favor, please raise your hand. Yes, Ben.
I don't know if I missed it. In the executive order, did you say where we are reconvening post the executive order? Or the executive session?
Reconvene.
Where we're meeting after the
Resume
executive, just to make sure we don't get caught on some sort of violation.
It will resume in the boardroom at 5:15. If I didn't say that, that's
Okay.
printed on
I
here.
just missed it. I just want to make sure it was in there.
Okay.
I don't
Okay,
like being-
and, okay, all in favor, I think we did that.
Who
Thank you,
seconded it?
and Jean, I will call you. Okay, thank you.
Who seconded it, Kathy? Who seconded it? Who?
Okay, at this point in time, we have completed the November meeting of the Kansas State Board of Education, and at 5:15, we are adjourned. So thank you very much.